Yeah. I'm at Race Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just placing in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, and boom. Hey, guys. Their Streamlabs finally made it into the house. So we'll give it a second. Adam, I was just doing something quickly. Do you want to give a few hellos to everyone
Sure.
that are in the house right now? And just give me 1 second.
Walker, good to see you. Michelle, it's good to see you. Hey, Angel. Hey, Angela. There's Misty. Hey, everyone. And Angel says, decent time for us in the UK. Well, that was our goal. Not gonna lie. I was telling Sonny right before, I was like, this is kind of the time of the day I wanted to take a nap, but but here we are.
Yeah. 1 second still.
And then, hi, Maria. Good to see you. And Burning Soul says hello. And David Hines, good to see you. And Cold Case Investigation Productions UK. How are you? Cold Case says, hello, guys. Thank you for doing this. Well, I mean, we're intrigued by this case as much as everyone else. So we thank you for joining us, even though, we're both two North Atlanticers over here. Or North America over here. Arizona says, the problem I have is there are ways for this person to remain anonymous and validate info. Otherwise, it's just more hearsay and rumor.
Yeah.
You have a good point.
Yeah, and we'll get into that in just a bit here, guys.
Yeah. Hey, legal activity.
Yeah. Hi, Cold Case. Hi, Angel. Did you go through everyone already?
Yep.
Okay, and just to quickly show this, up top is our coffee app. If anyone does ever choose to buy, it's actually not coffee. So I was so proud of myself yesterday because I turned it into cake because from the Delphi case, it was Abby's birthday. So I still want to thank, it was Radar and help me here, Radar and Charmaine. Charmaine, yeah. Where's my screen? That one. Nope, I don't want that one. I want this one. So now I've turned it into tacos. So when you do purchase the coffee, it's tacos. So for me, you guys, I don't care. I spent months trying to figure out how to change this thing, okay? I asked. Adam told me you could, but he didn't know how. And anyways, I spent months trying to figure it out. Finally, yesterday, up in the top right-hand corner of the one-page view page, it said, if you scroll down, you can change it to whatever you want, like whatever emoji or whatever. And we all know that we always talk about tacos on here. And although sometimes I make myself a piece of corn, I thought, no, we'll do that. But anyways, so that's what that's up in the corner for. So we'll take that down, and we'll bring this up first, which is, okay. Curtis Arnold, Curtis Media. Oh, look at the ads flashing there. Hey guys, if you guys are looking at that, appreciate those more covered up. Yeah, you gotta love the advertisement. You guys, I swear, this body here does not be looking at any sort of swim outfit anywhere. But although some of those are nice. So anyway, so we're gonna talk about obviously the anonymous letter and Curtis Media. That says what? Nicola Bulley, latest is TikToker Curtis Arnold to sue Lancashire police after being arrested for stalking residents in the village. Now, although he's taken down most of his videos, including the live that he did do recently, someone vaguely reminded me today that he did make a comment of that he never did put in the lawsuit for the first one, like when he was initially arrested. Funny how he makes everything fit to what's been going on. We will see. Right. Yeah, we'll get into that there. But I want to say thank you guys, first of all, for supporting this channel. If you're a subscriber, thank you very much. And if you're not, and you're just here to come see the information, that's okay. You know, can't really twist your arm to subscribe. Subscribe is really, like I said, they're nice in the fact that it means that somebody really wants to watch your content and stuff like that. And other people, they just travel on by, come and see it, and then off they go somewhere else and don't necessarily are subscribers. But anyways, I want to thank you guys for all your comments that you did put on the last two videos, the one with anonymous post and then the one with the Curtis Media. We'd all know that in 2 days is the Nicola Bulley inquest. And I wanted to put it in the last video. So Julie, you know who you are when I say, and Paul as well, as not Paul, Nicola's ex or widower.
Different Paul.
Widower. Yeah. I just want to say a thank you to appreciation. There was Mike as well, and you know, Claire and different people that have sent in things to me. Not an abundance, but it's nice when people do kind of send things. It just helps save time, and it's like, oh, perfect. Now I don't have to go look for that myself. But anyway, so I wanted to say thank you to Julie especially, and then she did send me something else today. Actually, before we get into Curtis Arnold, maybe I will pull up what she had sent me. Just give me 1 sec. Am I purple? I always turn purple if I'm on a different page or whatever. Right here. Okay, so I haven't read this yet. I do like to do things organically. Adam and myself, I sent him the post. We really haven't talked about it because I just like things to be as organic as they can without it, you know, feeling like it's a contrived conversation in a sense ahead of time. So besides asking him if he watched it, and that's pretty much about it. And then I sent him an article about the stalking charges or whatever. And again, haven't talked to him about that, just send it to him. And same with this. I haven't read what I'm just about to pull up right now. But if you guys could please hit that like button and share. If you could, that would be great as well. And so let me just pull up this window here. Okay, so thank you, Julie, for sending me this. So let's see here. Adam, can you see this on your screen?
It's blurry.
Okay, and then it kind of is when I make it bigger, or is that still blurry?
Yeah, I mean, I could make it out, but it would take it wouldn't be smooth for me to read it.
No problem. Anyways, yeah. So I think it was a screenshot. So screenshots can end up a little bit blurry, but so this says Specialist Group International SGI statement of Mr. Peter Falding, CEO of Specialist Group International SGI. Here, let me actually go back. Sorry, take us off screen so I can make it actually bigger. And I'll go back to it here. Okay. So our thoughts are with Nicola's family and close friends, and we hope that the upcoming inquest into the death of Nicola Bulley provides the answers they are seeking and deserve. SGI were called to assist in the search for Nicola Bulley by Lancashire Constabulary following a request for SGI by the family. SGI, headed up by Peter Falding, are proven specialists with decades of relevant experience in underwater search. SGI operates an array of technologically advanced and cutting-edge equipment. Our work is always carried out to the highest professional standards with honor and integrity, and always in the best interest of the families involved, putting their concerns first. I'll just say that I will agree with that. You can see that in Peter Falding. Over the years, Peter and the team at SGI have located many missing persons and vital evidence, bringing closure, relief, and dignity to the deceased, their families, and friends, while providing evidence for official investigations at the same time. To clarify questions from the press and public, since leaving the scene at St. Michael's on Wire on the 9th of February 2023, SGI or Peter Falding have not had no contact with Lancashire Constabulary regarding this case. SGI or Peter Falding have not been requested to provide copies of the relevant side scan sonar search data, search reports, photographs, or notes made at the scene from the time spent with members of the family, friends, and police officers from Lancashire Constabulary. Furthermore, SGI or Peter Falding have had no contact with HM Coroner. SGI or Peter Falding have not requested to attend the inquiry or submit any evidence or statements for the inquest into the death of Nicola Bulley. Importantly, our thoughts remain with Nicola's family and friends. We do not wish to intrude on their grief at the difficult time. Our hope is that their privacy is respected and their wishes are put first as they can go through the difficult period of the coroner's inquest. SGI and Peter Falding will make no further comments. Okay, so let me just come back here. Oh, I've got to find myself. Okay, so what do you guys think about that? And hi guys, thanks for coming in and watching. Please hit the thumbs up. Yep, thank you guys very much if you can do that. High positive vibes. Yeah, it's very blurry. Well, I mean, on my screen, I'm on a computer though. Like I'm on a 36-inch screen or whatever. So for me, it's not as blurry, but because it was probably a screenshot that was taken, it will come out blurrier to you. But as long as you understood the gist of it, I suppose. So Adam, let's start with you first. What do you make of Peter Falding SGI's comments?
Well, I mean, I could just read Cold Case Investigation Productions comment, because my opinion pretty much echoes that. I find the fact that Peter Falding and his team the fact that they've not been asked for their evidence is it is suspicious. And to me, more so than suspicious, I think it's another example of the police trying to direct the narrative and trying to exert their arrogance and dominance over the situation. When your goal is to uncover the truth, there should be no need for that, because to lay out all of the evidence and to interview all the parties that were involved. And I think that it's easy to say Peter Falding was involved with the search. I think that it's arrogant and a little unintelligent not to want his testimony.
Well, I mean, they are the ones that pushed the narrative from the start that she just fell in the water right there. So, without a shadow of evidence or anything. And It's just it just kind of mimics exactly what's been going on with this whole case. So I, like I said, had not read this. So as I'm reading this, I'm feeling like same idea, really. Arrogance. Basically, it's kind of like, nope, we don't need you, type of thing. They treated him like crap after the whole search thing. And again, so Peter Falding absolutely has definite confidence in his abilities, which to some people can come off arrogant. I'm honestly the same way. Sometimes people deem me as arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. It's when your confidence in yourself as a person and the work you do and the reasons for what you're doing and you're carrying out and trying to help humanity, and doing it from the goodness of your heart to try to bring some closure. And it's a real piss off when people try to take those type of things away from you. And in the Nicola Bulley case, that's pretty much exactly what they did. I mean, I don't think we need to recap the full arrogance of the Lancashire police. I am glad that on this channel and in Northern America, we are actually allowed to say things like that. Whereas, like I said, with Curtis
For
Media
now.
yeah, for now, right? Right. I mean, don't forget, we are really peons of this world. Now, let me just go to Louise quickly. Louise, hi all. I asked the question on a different channel last night and was met with such a rude response. What did you ask on a different channel, Louise? If you don't mind posing your question that you had asked, because I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to. It's all suspicious. I'm supporting Peter. Peter was ignored because he didn't automatically agree with the police decision that Nicola fell into the river. The police have been adamant that she fell into the river, nothing else. I got to be suspicious. He should be at the inquest. It's exactly this type of stuff that really does add more suspicion when they do stuff like this. I mean, right from the get-go, I want to make it very clear that they are the ones that created this mess themselves. And they need to be accountable for what they have done, right? Just like everyone needs to be accountable for their actions, but they didn't take accountability. Instead, they tried to, throw fluff, in a sense, up our butts, basically, while they sat there and were like, great job. What an amazing job we did. We didn't even discover, but God, we're awesome and amazing people. That's the joke of it.
I personally think that, it's always in the best interest to support and uphold law enforcement because, we're all going to call them if we ever need them. But, in this case, so I mean, I don't criticize law enforcement or police easily. But, we see the same thing in the United States sometimes, especially with small towns or rural areas where they can be a little bit more isolated and insinuated. Sorry, I can't talk today. Where the idea of someone coming in from the outside and telling them they're not doing things how they probably should be is met with nothing but arrogance and resistance, and I think that's part of the problem in Lancashire.
Yeah. What I saw on a friend of Nicola's post, only because I seen it on another YouTube channel, which made me go to that person's Facebook and look at the post myself. This person said that many of Nicola's friends had applied to be at the inquest and that none of them that she knew of were chosen.
Yeah.
So it makes me wonder, like, did Emma White get a seat, at the inquest? Is she going to be at the inquest? Did she even apply? I'm not sure. Hi, Shelley. Hi, Callie. So you only asked about the Facebook and on post. Yeah,
Wow.
I don't, like I said, really watch other channels too much. Someone sent me the Pandora video, but somebody earlier had already told me that a post was coming out, but they failed to tell me what Facebook group it was in or what
Okay.
or whatever. So I wasn't sure, and then I had seen it, but I can't answer why her video came down. It's, it's a post. It's not like it's I don't know why. I can't answer that. I mean, YouTube is a funny place. I don't know if YouTube took it down. I doubt it. I doubt it. It could, maybe she felt worried about it and took it down herself. I don't know. I don't want to speak for somebody else. Either or. Yeah, I mean, I've kept it up and I don't watch what other people really say about it. And I don't really care, to be honest. This channel thinks for itself. And you are free to ask, absolutely, about the FB and non post. And we're actually going to go through it because that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is we didn't have a timeline or anything from Nicola Bulley's case. No thanks to the Lancashire police, as they gave misinformation consistently, and the news did as well. That's not including sleuths. I don't include them in the misinformation. I just include the news and the police. And so, like I said, it's been a lot of just trying to actually try to figure out the narrative ourselves, really, because of all the
because once again, in every case that I cover, in any case that we cover, I've always said that when there's silence, it leads to nothing but speculation, and I believe that is has happened once again with Nicola's case, because when you don't have things coming from the officials that are reliable and believable, people are going to make up their own minds, and then it leads to more confusion.
Yeah.
Silence leads to speculation.
Right, absolutely. Maria says, and I remember Maria's name. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Maria's solar. Now why can't I say it? Solar. How would you say that? Solaris. It was like it gets it gets twisted on the tongue coming out. Anyways, I remember Maria because Maria had provided that footage of when the dive team went back, when the coroner sent the dive team in to roll their butts over the weir, the weir and whatever. So thank you, Maria, for putting that out there. It's truly appreciated, the kind of boots on the ground stuff, because when people are really caring about a case and they actually get to see footage of certain things, it does make a huge difference, and it gives a bird's eye view and perspective. So she's saying that they're going now, Nadia and friends, and a few other general public going too. Okay. All right. So that's good to know then. EW will be sat on the front row with PA. I know that there's a lot of people that are Emma White haters, I guess I'll say. I bet Emma is there. It wouldn't surprise me. She's been into everything else. Okay, let's see here. Let's go back. Let me just quickly see. It's like Nicola. It's like Nicola is, I think it's the word, dead, so they can all just move on now.
Right.
I'm really. The inquest is in 2 days. We'll see what comes from that. I mean, if they don't want anything to do with SGI, Peter Falding's information, what does that kind of tell you, really? She said she always checks things and that they are true before putting their. I'm sorry. Yeah, Barbara. She said she always checks things that they are true before putting stuff. Yeah. She clearly said on there that there's no evidence to support the post behind it. And that's when you take everything with a grain of salt, because I noticed that you put a few posts on there about, taking it down or whatever. So maybe with her, I don't want to speak for her whatsoever in any which way, shape, or form about why she took the video down. I'm sure it was probably her more than YouTube, because there's nothing really, odd about this post. Is so different really than reading some news article that's saying the names that are out there anyway.
I mean, unless a request was made to YouTube from someone mentioned in it.
Correct, perhaps. I doubt it. I'm thinking it was on her own accord, but again,
I mean, I agree. I'm just saying, if YouTube were going to take it down, it would have to have been for a very specific reason. And, the only reason, judging by the content that was in there, would have been like, say, for an example, that, like Paul didn't want people speculating that he was an alcoholic or something. But
maybe.
But I doubt that. I mean, to me, that's a stretch.
I definitely believe it's definitely a stretch, considering what YouTube does put out there and does allow. I'm thinking it's more of that she did it for herself in a sense, for a reason. But who cares? Like, each to their own. You have people that have different personalities. Some are more squeamish. Some get worried and this and that. I'm more of a YOLO person. You try to do the right things and the speculation that's, whoops. Oh, we just had a little bloop there in our thing. But anyway, seems odd to me that the villagers are paying toward private security to patrol the streets of St. Michael's. I'm sorry, but it sounds like a bunch of pansies that live over there. I am so sorry. But really, it does. It's like, really? So the big ghoul Curtis Arnold's scaring you and whatever. You know what this is? It's a pack of wolves is what it is. They simply do not want him there. Now we'll get into that in a second. We'll get into that. Let me bring it up. Let me bring up the article.
Hey, Harry. Not quite sure what you're trying to say, but
who's that?
Who?
Oh, Harry. Oh, he's a caps man. Oops. Are you gonna click? Okay, thanks. Nobody wants these pics. What is wrong with you? Oh, hi, Harry. Oh, Harry. Harry, go troll somewhere else and tell everybody else your problems and issues that you have because somebody eating your cornflakes this morning, Harry. We're not here to talk like that. You either be considerate and courteous in your answers or your message, or I'm just going to block you. So have you blocked him yet? If not, I will.
No, I have not. While you're doing that, Sailor Man.
Okay.
Sailor Man says, managed to get to St. Michael's and made a small video on Blaybrook Sluice Tunnel, which I think can be the only logical explanation why a body wasn't found. But as it's a big file, I'm not sure how to send. Sailor Man, if you want to email it to acrimingshame@gmail.com, you should be able to email a file that way.
No, it would have to be through Google. Yeah.
Through Google, or you could always, like I said, upload it onto YouTube and make it unlisted, and then just email the link.
Yeah, that's only if they have a channel and whatever and all that stuff. Easiest thing to do is just put it to Google Drive, or squash the file down and compress it.
But even if you wanted to just email acrimingshame@gmail.com, we can go that way. Mm-hmm. But that's awesome that you went to St. Michael's. Sorry.
No. That was awesome that you did. What?
I said it was awesome that you went to St. Michael's and made a video.
Okay, I'll get to St. Michael's. I made a small video on Blaybrook Sluice that rhymes with juice. Or is that, I'm not sure if that's a typo or not. A tunnel, which I think can be only information why a body. I'm not sure which Blaybrook. Oh, tunnel. I'm not sure where that is exactly on there. But yeah, that would be the only way is to compress it or send it through Google Drive. Sailor Man. Sorry, I was just about to do something. What was I about to do?
You were going to pull up something.
No, I have what I wanted up in front of me.
Oh, yeah, because we haven't read this article yet.
Right. Yeah. Okay, let me take this down. What is an enlisted link? Okay, Sailor Man, just to say it to you, when you upload to YouTube, there's private, unlisted, and whatever. So if it's unlisted or private, it means that you just send the person the link to the video. Nobody else sees it besides the person. So if you're sending it to It's a Crime and Shame only, you're putting in the email for It's a Crime and Shame, and you're keeping it as private or unlisted, whichever, preferably private actually, because private, unlisted people can still see it, the odd person. But anyway, and then you just send the link off to that video so that somebody can watch it. So if you do have a YouTube channel and you know how to upload and do all that stuff, then that's what you would do. Okay. I can't remember. I was going to do something, but I just kind of forget now, to be honest with you. Anyways. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to go look at the, I wanted to see. Okay. So anonymous post. Do you believe is true, made up, partially true, or unsure? 31% are saying true, 21% saying made up, partially true, 26%, unsure, 21%. So it's a very balanced poll, by the way. And so Curtis Arnold. Let's go to Curtis Arnold here. So I'll just say this. Curtis Arnold doesn't fool me who he is and what he's done. I am not an idiot. I didn't fall off a turnip truck. I know exactly who I can see through who a person is just by their actions, how they say things and stuff like that. Now, again, do I appreciate what Curtis Arnold has offered for footage? Does he cross some of the boundaries? Absolutely. Has he been arrested before? Absolutely. But for me, when it comes to Curtis Arnold, it's not a matter of if somebody likes him or doesn't like him, or if I never honestly seen the video for the footage of Nicola Bulley being pulled from the water. I honestly didn't care to see it if I did come across it. But,
I chose not to want to see it.
But the news was there too. So my thing is that you always have to be accountable for your own actions. But in Curtis Arnold's case, the Lancashire police are totally using, I hate to use this term, but the bully tactic in a sense. And the reason I can say that safely, actually, you know what, Adam, before I get into my opinions and look at your guys's, what are your thoughts on, okay, so he was arrested when he was at a couple days after being at Penny's Caravan. And then, of course, he was arrested on June 1st, 18th for stalking charges. And then obviously he has, a little skeltered past there as well. But what are your thoughts on Curtis Arnold, knowing full well that they didn't arrest him until some point in March? Can't remember the exact date now, March 9th or something like that. And they used that February 19th as a way to put charges on him to stop him from posting or coming in there.
Right.
They blatantly did that. What are your thoughts about Curtis Arnold?
First, I'll say I don't in any case think that it should be within any government's right to tell someone that they can or cannot make content for social media or for for the independent news or anything like that. I think that's a suppression of someone's, what I think should be free speech. But I get that every country has different laws. And then second of all, I mean, much like Sonny, I I can see through some of Curtis's shtick to see the kind of person he probably is, but that doesn't mean he doesn't also make some good content sometimes. And I personally don't mind that he goes out and pushes the boundaries, but I do think that he probably does unnecessarily cross them sometimes. I don't know it. I don't know everything about him, but I mean, when you produce content like this, you run into similar types of people sometimes, and I feel like I've seen people like Curtis in the past, and you know, I'm appreciative over some of the work he's done, but is it self-serving? Probably.
Agreed.
But you know, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just,
No,
you know,
it's each to their own on the channels. I just want to quickly tell you something with the Idaho case that I just seen pop up. Cameras will be allowed in the
Yeah.
courtroom for the Koberger case, and the
As
gag
of now.
order is going to change. Yeah, nice, good,
so
nice.
they
nice.
really they just kind of kicked the can down the street a little bit with the cameras, and
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they basically came out with a ruling saying cameras are allowed for now, but because they're going to make a ruling later. My understanding is, though, I think it's still going to be how it is now, like where they record it and then have to release the footage, kind of how they did with the last hearing.
Yeah.
And then with the gag order, my understanding is the families are now allowed to discuss the case where they were under the gag order before.
Right.
But the lawyer representing the family is still under the gag order. Sorry, that was a little for anyone following the Idaho case.
No, that's yeah. The Brian Koberger case is a huge case.
Yeah.
The Nicola Bulley case out there. The Brian Koberger case is another one that's taking over like internationally as well.
And did you see the other news? Did you see the other news that was in those documents from yesterday that I sent you?
No.
That which I was like, oh, cue the next wave of YouTube and TikTok craziness, because it was in the papers that they found 3 unidentified male sources of DNA in the house. But so I was like, oh, of course everyone's going to run with that and be like, see, there are more people involved. But in my opinion, I'm surprised there were only 3 unidentified male DNA samples in that house. Gotcha. It was a college party house.
It was exactly. But you know, and like I said, each to their own. Like I said, so just going back to Curtis Media, and so I pulled up, you know, like the UK stuff on it. So let me just make this a little bit here. We'll make that bigger again. And can you read this, Adam?
Well, I've got that pulled up on my phone, so I can do that.
Yeah. Well, we're just going to go over this, guys, a little bit. So most people probably, maybe some of you pulled it up already and checked it out, you know, because he's been charged with stalking. And so this is kind of like your UK laws over there of what is deemed as, say, harassment and stalking.
Do you want me to read the first part?
Yeah.
Like and then I'll read until it says sentencing. Harassment and stalking are classed as offenses under the Protection from Harassment Act 1997, and where the offending is racially or religiously aggravated. Crime and Disorder Act 1998. Both offenses relate to behavior that is repeated and unwanted. Harassment is behavior intended to cause a person alarm or distress. The behavior must occur on more than one occasion, but it does not have to be the same kind of behavior on each occasion. Common harassment incidents include text, voicemails, letters, or emails, comments or threats, standing outside of someone's home, or driving past it. Harassment involving putting people in fear of violence is a more serious offense. It involves 2 or more harassment incidences that leave the victim fearing that violence will be used against them. Stalking involves persistently following someone. It does not necessarily mean following them in person, and can include watching, spying, or forcing contact with the victim through any means, including through social media. Stalking involving fear of violence or serious alarm or distress is a more serious offense. It involves 2 or more occasions that have caused the victim to fear violence will be used against them or had a substantial adverse effect on their day-to-day activities, even where the fear is not explicitly of violence. Evidence that the stalking has caused this level of fear could include the victim changing their route to work patterns or employment to avoid contact with the stalker, putting additional home security measures in place, moving home, suffering physical or mental ill health. For both harassment and stalking, the offense is more serious if it is racially or religiously motivated, that is carried out because of someone's racial or ethnic origin or their religion or lack of religion. Do you want me to keep reading, Sunny?
I was starting to read. Yeah, that was the problem right there. Sorry, guys. So sentencing. Parliament sets the maximum and sometimes minimum penalty for any offense. When deciding the appropriate sentence, the court must follow any relevant sentencing guidelines unless it is not in the interest of justice to do so. What is the maximum sentence of harassment or stalking? If the offense is harassment or stalking, the maximum sentence is 6 months custody. If racially or religiously aggravated, the maximum sentence is 2 years in custody. Let's see, if the offense is harassment, putting people in fear of violence, or stalking involving fear of violence, or self-alarm, or distress. So the maximum sentence is 10 years in custody. If racially or religiously aggravated, 14 years. So let's see. The culpability is a measure of how responsible the offender was for the harassment or stalking. An indicator of high culpability would be if their harassment was sophisticatedly planned. An indicator of lesser culpability would be if their harassment was limited in the scope and did not last for long. Harm is a measure of distress caused to the victim as a result of the harassment or stalking. This could be evidenced by the victim having to make considerable changes to their lifestyle. Aggravating factors may increase the severity of the sentence. Examples include the offender had relevant previous convictions, the victim is particularly vulnerable, particularly violent or offensive material formed part of harassment. The harassment or stalking had an impact on others, particularly children. The offender used child contact arrangements to commit the offense. Mitigating factors has shown remorse, is of good character, has serious medical conditions, has a mental disorder or learning disability, is the sole and primary caregiver for dependent or relatives, and has demonstrated that they're taking steps to address their offending behavior. So that's where it basically stops there. So, whoops. Yeah, let me come back up here. Whoop, my bad. Okay. Let's see here. Hi, Maria. The fact that Curtis was exploiting others for its own gain in the past just shows his character. He's done it again by recording people without telling them and uploading without their consent. Now, the one thing, though, that we can't forget about this is when you're in a public space, right? When you're in a public space, it's no different in the US and Canada and stuff like that. If you're in a public space, then you can record. It's no different when the news comes on. There's
right.
certain. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, and I think that's why Maria said character, because just because you can, it's a personal choice then to decide whether you should or not.
Correct.
So it's kind of that ethics or moral line that everyone chooses for themselves. And I'm not going to judge, if Curtis decides that that's something he thinks is okay to do. I don't know if I would personally do it, but yeah, I mean, he's within the law to do it. From my understanding, I just don't know if I would do it.
Right, and and like I said, for Curtis Media, I appreciate the content that he has put out there, whether it's for self-serving purposes or not. I'm there myself to find out answers and to get the knowledge of the area for Nicola Bulley, to give a better understanding of when we're producing content, that we're being as factual as we can. Do I feel like videos are edited, first of all? So Curtis would probably have a lot of footage, and then of course he tweaks it down into, a video, right? But he could have like hours of footage. So we can't really truly know exactly who he's talked to, but I'm going to give you my personal observation, regardless of if becomes a like him or hate him type of scenario. Um, is that anything that I've personally seen of Curtis is that although oh, hello, husband.
Hey,
Do you need me?
no.
Okay. So I lost my train of thought. Do you need me or no? You're okay? Okay.
I'm going coffee shop unless you want me to eat or coffee.
Sure. Canadian bagel. Are you going to Timmy's?
Yeah.
And French vanilla. No, maybe not.
No.
Double?
That's the same thing. It's high sugar. I'll get you a cup of crushed ice.
Okay. Anyways, okay. So you just whatever then.
Yep.
As for Curtis Media, what I've seen of him is that regardless, do I see narcissistic personality in there? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Do I see some bit of self-serving? Absolutely. Yes, I do. But what I also see is a person that probably puts his hand in the cookie jar, quite a few times. And then it's getting the best of him in a sense. So meaning in a sense, it's like he's made himself a bit of a target because, most people dispersed. But Curtis does kind of like I said, reach those barriers, which I do admire in a person that pushes the limits. But again, you have to determine what your own limits are. But what I see of Curtis from his personality is that he comes off as very jovial, like an extrovert. Somebody that has no problem, like myself, talking to people. What I've seen through his videos for the most part is somebody that's mostly minding his own business, and if somebody comes along, he's just kind of like, hey, and then, but because of obviously the small community, right? And the way that the media came out with TikTokers and all that stuff, basically anyone that truly kind of sees anyone kind of filming the whole nick of whether it's Curtis Media or not, they're going to get a snickered look, most likely, especially if you're a male, to be honest with you. So I'm not seeing this aggressive personality in the sense of, is he being aggressive towards people? I don't see that. I see him talk like, hey, da-da-da, like, how's it going? Da-da-da, like just, and if people talk to him for a minute, they talk to him. And if they don't, but there's people that literally are actively in St. Michael's coming out of their homes to be like, you get yourself out of here, blah, 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 da-da-da-da-da.
He's definitely got a target on his back now. And whether that's warranted or not, I don't believe it should be warranted, but I mean, it's definitely there. He's pushed the envelope, apparently further than they think he should.
Yeah.
But I'm appreciative I am appreciative over the stuff he's gotten. Sorry, Sonny, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's what I said to Maria. No. Again, like in real life, these people have, it's one of those things you always have to look at the shoe on the other foot, as if, you're in a very small community and all these TikTokers and everybody, like this is about somebody who, lost their life. So there is got to be some sensitivity there regardless. But with Curtis Media, there was one guy before them that they arrested. I think his last name was Duffy or something like that.
That's an interesting point.
I think personally that if anything, they are more harassing him because of the article that came out. And so that's why everyone really knows who Curtis Media is, because of him putting out a video, which some people deemed as disrespectful, and other people, will have their opinions about that. So that put a goose egg right on him, a target, by doing that, because obviously it was spread throughout the papers. They showed him, I mean, his barber shop even was vandalized. And then people, right, like a wrong doesn't make a right by sitting there vandalizing his barbershop and stuff like that. And so that, of course, will aggravate some people, and it did. And other people lost respect for him because of that. And other people, it didn't bother them so much. Like I said, most people said, bad Curtis, but yet they sat there and watched the video anyway.
Right. I just wanted to say really quickly, I mean, I did find it was so obvious, in my opinion, that, Lancashire Police, they wanted to give so few details about Nicola and about the case itself. But the second something happened with anyone on social media, or the TikTokers, as they kept saying, they'll talk about that, no problem. I mean, yeah. It's law enforcement that, they pushed Curtis, media's, his arrest and everything kind of like right there, and made it a distraction almost of the case. And, and I think that led to this disdain and they used him as a scapegoat, in my opinion, for the whole TikTokers and social media people invading the town.
Yeah.
Well, no one would have had to do that if the police had just done their job.
Yeah, right. And really that was the point. And that's when I put out that video yesterday. And I had that one where those two security guys and that were, talk about the TikTokers. So Curtis did become a target. But for me, it will be about this. Whether someone deems Curtis's morals as high or low or this or that, bottom line is that really they were harassing him, because they literally used a trumped up charge instead of charging him back in February, like I said, for any of this, malicious communications and perverting the course of justice. They didn't do anything to the other news crew that was there. It was strictly for Curtis. This was to stop Curtis from coming in the area. That police officer blatantly stood there and said to Curtis that, everything you're doing, it's legal. I mean, the path that he went on, because it was a public path into the caravan thing, you're not doing nothing wrong. But I could arrest you, because these people are angry, like the grandson. That's
his grandson. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what ticks me off. It's when abuse of power happens, and they clearly are abusing their power with Curtis Arnold. And that's so, reap what you sow. Okay, if you've done something wrong and you legitly are breaking the laws, but the Lancashire Police are trumping up the charges, because again, if they had such an issue with it, why didn't they arrest him back in February? But no, a couple days after he was at Penny's Caravan, it's like, what can we do to, and they're watching his YouTube channel, but what can we do to stop Curtis Arnold? Oh, right. Okay. Well, you know what? Well, look at that. He broke the law here. And go ahead.
Right. And and as an example of how much pull Penny has, in that community. I mean, did she make one phone call to the police, and they were all over him? Well, because then he filmed her on the tractor, and then now look what happened.
And that's just it. Like, it's like a pack of wolves, and Curtis being the target because of the initial posting that hit the newspapers and whatever. But he became a target. But then it really just became about, how can we stop this particular YouTuber? Because everyone that sees his vehicle come into freaking St. Michael's is like calling them up. And then you do, okay. And if there was anything about children, first of all, they would have arrested him if he had any sort of violation of being near a school, trust me, they would have arrested them on that, because he was very well showing in his videos that he was near the school. So that's that becomes neither here nor there. Okay. If people are saying that he had these like child issues or whatever, I seen where it said about he was using people's faces for some products or whatever. but he wouldn't be allowed in that school, and they would arrest him just on that, for violation for that. But anyways, but it becomes about what's right and wrong to me always, because it's no different than if somebody has taken their life and killed somebody else. They still have rights, regardless if they're the biggest POS or not. They still have rights. And with Curtis Media, right, he has the right to walk around St. Michael's. He has the right to do that and take footage and stuff like that. But they literally put a target right on him, and they are abusing the power. And that's exactly why when Curtis was talking about the mark on his car, he's like, and I believe like Curtis does come off like, I mean, trust me, many times in his videos, you catch him when he's lying to people, right? He'll blatantly lie to the person saying, I'm not a TikToker, or I'm not recording you right now, like he did with the guy that was coming up. But he blatantly was recording him, but yet he's telling the guy, I'm not recording you. So, I mean, he does fib, definitely to people as he's doing stuff. But this becomes to me about the Lancashire police using the laws to justify the means so that they can keep Curtis Media away from the Nicola Bulley case, take down videos. That one seems absurd to me, that they can somehow get him to take down videos.
Well, like I said, and they can, they as part of his arrest last time, he was not allowed to post on YouTube. I'm like, I think that's ridiculous that can be part of a charge, that you're not allowed to post a video on YouTube for what was it, 30 days, 90 days?
It was like 3 months.
Yeah, 90 days.
Yeah. Let's look at some comments here. All of the main people who were involved in Nicola didn't want him around because he was getting too close to find out what happened. But the police didn't seem to do anything on that. Again, for that one, Angela, it's really just how people think about the case.
Right.
For me personally, they didn't want him around for mostly because they didn't want really him interfering. But it's like, whether you look at the case as like it's a cover up, trying to be a cover up and he's getting too close to information, or if it's just simply that they literally are using their weight to throw at Curtis Media to make an example. When they make an example out of somebody, and Curtis Media is definitely that example of, well, look what's going to happen to you if you do this stuff here. Sorry, I seen another comment. Maria, I felt anger from the locals firsthand. I just happened to go back to my car when it was school pickup. I got blocked in by an angry woman and stared at by angry mums. Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, the media sensationalized it. The minute really anyone would have been with their phones out in St. Wire, most people would have known exactly why they were there. But Curtis Media, remember, like the red stalking vehicle. Like I said, as soon as he pulls into town, whatever, do you know what I mean? Like I said, that's why the police came up into the park. Oh, I forgot to get your birth date or something like that. Oh, whatever, dude. Like literally, you came because a few locals called because they seen Curtis Media, even though he wasn't doing anything at this point. You can tell, he came in, he was filming, blah, blah, blah. I think this is when he was was he with Sammy in this one? Can't remember now. And it was just like he was an instant target. And it feels like a pack of wolves that just freaking pounce on Curtis the minute he comes in. Now, that's the part that I feel like is wrong, is that they're abusing their powers, whether it's Curtis Media or somebody else. It's the fact of somebody abusing their powers and them, like I said, trumping up charges after the fact like they did, which is another crock of crap. So, I don't know. Do you have anything more to add to that, Adam, with
No, I mean, I do. I mean, I think it's a little silly, but I do. What are your thoughts on the idea that some people have said that Curtis is part of like this cover up thing or this this undercover thing, basically?
I would like it if one person could tell me why. This I would like to know. I would like it if one person could tell me why his account was created 2 days before Nicola Bulley went missing. That I would like to know. So why is it that the account was created like 2 days before? If somebody could tell me that, I would like to know that answer. I think I asked him. He did. So let me put it this way. In Messenger, I've asked him. He doesn't really answer back. And when he does, it's like a one-word answer. He totally ignores any of the question you just asked, to be honest. And he'll just answer. Like, for instance, my Messenger last comment was, "Hey, Curtis, is it true that, you were arrested, whatever?" He looked at the message. He didn't reply. For me, it kind of a little bit rubs me the wrong way, just a bit, because of the fact of, when somebody is literally like, in a sense, standing up for you and promoting your channel really and stuff like that. And then you can't even be asked to basically answer a question back. I find it a little bit offensive. And that's where I see some of the arrogance coming from, but at the end of the day, I just, each to their own. Does rub me the wrong way a little bit, because it's like, there's nothing worse when you put out a question and somebody just overlooks it as if you didn't even say it.
Right. Sorry if anyone asked a question in the chat and we didn't see it.
No, that's a different story. But I'm talking like on Messenger. If you blatantly see a message and you totally overlook like the question is, and all you get is a one-word answer back, and you're like, "Oh, okay, thanks," or nothing, But so who knows? He never answers me. Again, each to their own. Like, I know it can take me a few days to answer back my emails and stuff like that. Sometimes they're a little bit lengthy and I just don't got time, or else I'm in the middle of making videos. And then it's like emails I go to when I have time to go to those. It's not like I get a bazillion a day. I get maybe 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever. And then I try to get back to them, but I still have to, like I said, it takes hours to do things. And sometimes it's like, I don't like to rush an email. And I want, especially if it's a longer email, then I want to take time to kind of like look at it. And if I do miss saying something back to somebody, it's not because I intentionally meant to do that, but there's a difference between that and constantly getting like little one-word answers back, if anything, to be honest with you. At the end of the day, with Curtis Media, if he does, and he is suing the Lancashire police for the stalking charges and stuff like that. So barring the fact that we don't necessarily know all the footage that he does truly have, I think that there's people out there that need to stand up for things just like that. And just like there's channels like this that want to be a voice and bring, the facts. And like I said, I'm not scared at all, whatever, to say that the Lancashire police have acted horrendously in Nicola Bulley's case, that they've done a poor job at providing the information and blaming it on others. And I think that's where it becomes like, even with Curtis Media, with Peter Falding, they've just blamed while they're soothing themselves, basically saying how great they are. That's why when Snowden was talking in the video I put out yesterday, I mean, that was so fake the way he was talking. And it was just like, I had like little gagging things going on there, because it just makes you spew. Okay, camera, well, welcome to that. I get it, but Snowden just reminds me of, I'll just say like slime, to be honest with you. He's basically a politician, right? Just selling his type of thing. Let's see here. Isn't that everyone that has a YouTube channel doing it for themselves? There are people who genuinely wanted. Isn't that okay? Hold on. Okay, isn't that everyone that has a YouTube channel doing it for themselves? There are
No,
people who genuinely wanted to get to the truth for Nicola and for their daughters. Hey, go ahead, Adam, if you want to answer that, because
I mean, I understand. I understand what you're saying, Kat. Because I know I mean, I can only speak from like myself, and I think Sonny as well as I get gratification from I mean, I enjoy putting videos together. I enjoy doing live streams. But as far as like why I chose this avenue, meaning true crime, that is not for myself. That's really just to just because I like I want to help try to dig up information for people and present it to people in what I hope is a sensible, common sense manner.
mm-hmm.
And I really do want to advocate for the missing and the murdered.
Yeah. So I'm gonna call that sentence a kind of like a loaded question, a loaded type of question, because first and foremost, I've spent most of my life always helping people and putting myself last. I've always been a very deep, caring person. When I started this channel, I didn't even mean to be in true crime whatsoever. I just happened to click on the Delphi case, and then it's been true crime pretty much ever since. I do things never with money as my initial goal, but as obviously you're doing it and you're going to a job that is okay and whatever, and then you realize that, while doing this, say part-time when I was doing it, you realize that, okay, you know what, YouTube pays for ads on videos. I get a much bigger reward out of helping people than going to sell optical glasses, so my income has drastically changed to the nominal pennies per hour that we get off of YouTube. Maybe when you're a bigger channel, the meaning of what's behind us personally, or me personally, as content providers, we try to be factual, do it with dignity, do it with transparency. Thanks, baby. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. As possible. Okay. So everything I do is from my heart, and I will never make any apologies for that. So and this has nothing to do with donations. Okay. This has everything to do with YouTube pays for ads. You guys watch that don't pay for premium. I pay for premium, so I don't have to see those stupid ads. Okay. But the people that don't have to suffer and watch those ads, why? That's how YouTube makes its money. And in turn, they give back. So there are some people, right, content creators, and you can tell, that are doing it for a more self-serving purposes, meaning that their goal is to make money off of the deaths of others, because they go about it in a very different way. I think people, unless you're stupid, most people can grasp what when a content creator is shoving shit at you versus people that are trying to be genuine with what they do. So I believe that's kind of like, of course you're going to make money, but it's not because the for myself thing would be because I care about people. And if I can do something that I'm passionate about, which I wasn't at first, because I don't like talking about the death of others. I don't. But then you have to box that, being a deep empath, you have to box that, and you have to look, try to look at the facts, and you have to try to put out there, because you're being a voice for the voiceless. So if you're genuine and caring about it, I got no problem making money off of that from YouTube. And if people want to donate to the channel or buy a coffee because they like watching your content and appreciate that, then all the power to them. Nobody's twisting their arm, forcing them to do anything. Nobody's forcing you to become a member. Nobody's forcing you to become a subscriber. Nobody's forcing that. So to me, again, it just becomes about, I will never stoop to a level where I feel like that you're going to sell your soul to the devil so that you can make money over people. It's not my way. It's some other people, content creators' way, but it's not my way or Adam's way. It's one of those guilty feelings. But what I love most is that there's people like myself, Adam, and other content creators that are just trying to be a voice for the voiceless, and give those people that are following, say, Nicola Bulley's case, that you're not getting anything from the newspapers. You're getting it from people like Curtis. You're getting it from people like Claire. You're getting it from people that are boots on the ground, like Marie, sorry. And you're getting it from people that are actually boots on the ground and helping to let you see further into the case or let you see certain areas and stuff like that. I know that's a long answer, but it's a very loaded question.
Right.
Some people are very self-serving in this world, and that's what makes the world tick. You have the quack jobs with the, genuines with, it's just a mix. Yeah.
Right. And thank you everyone for because I think it shows that, when you're passionate about something or you do it for the right reasons. Shirley asked if we are going to be doing a stream with John anytime soon.
Well, you know what? I've asked John a few times, but John's, I've asked him, and last time I think I asked him, he was at his dad's or something, but remember his dog had passed away as well. So, he's still, of course, grieving over that. It's been a few weeks, but, animals to people are huge, but he's been working with the Lucy Letby case, a case that I did want to get into. And I still might.
He doesn't love live streams. He doesn't love doing live streams.
Yeah. Yeah. And, and it's just a matter of, so John and ourselves obviously have no problem doing lives when we have time to do it. But at the moment he's with, I would like to do a live on the Lucy Letby one with John, because I think we're on his channel next, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Now, okay, so let's drop the whole Curtis media thing for now. Again, if he's suing them, I'm going to say good on him then, because I feel like that they really have trumped up the charges just to justify the means so that they can keep Curtis away. And they've used him as a bullseye. Basically, like I said, look what will happen if you do this or you do that. But I'm going to say, has he probably crossed some barriers and lines? Absolutely. Do I think he's a mean-spirited person? No, I don't. I can see by his outer ambiance or aura, whatever you want to say, that, sometimes people, I have a friend, that could, sell ice to the Eskimos. And he totally is a seller in a sense, but he was a good person, through his bull crap, he was a good person, in a sense. So I don't think that anyone gets into true crime for the most part, at least a good chunk of them, because they don't care, but I think sometimes people get wrapped up with money too much. Regardless, it's a job. This is my job. It's making life a little harder because YouTube money at the moment sucks. But that will change one day. The more ads that YouTube pays for, the more views that are on videos, that helps out with stuff like that, right? But it's one of those things, like I said, I could go to work at a useless job in a sense, which I've always been in hospitality and whatever, or I could do something that I'm passionate and caring about. And I care about people, and I'll always care about people and never put the value of $1 over people. That to me is just wrong, but that's my own ethics, eh? But let's go on to the anonymous post, and you guys can leave more comments. Like this video, or we're already at an hour, okay, and 14. So let me go to. Did I pull it up? Yeah, I did. Okay, let me just find this one here. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Shirley. Hey, Shelly. Thank you. Hi, Arizona. On there. You know what? All I say is this. First of all, YOLO. Life is too short to be miserable and whatever. YOLO. Okay. Let a person do their own life, and we worry about our own lives. So you know,
Right.
in a sense. That's why what Curtis Media or anybody else wants to do, if they want to like suck a well dry off of a case, that's their prerogative to do so. You know,
Right.
it doesn't matter, each to their own.
Armchair
It's kind
detective.
of what?
Nothing. I coughed, I think, but it might have sounded like I said armchair
Okay.
detective.
Yeah, he is a great filmmaker. He does. He does have a good forte at that. For many, honestly, it just really depends. Like I said, I mean, I've spent my whole life being whatever, but each to their own. At the end of the day, my thing is this: you do you, I'll do me. Does that sound fair? Really, it's nobody's prerogative to come into my life and tell me. Someone can come in, they can decide if they want to watch this channel or not watch this channel, right? Just like I can with others. But it's nobody's right to tell somebody how they should do things or how they should be, or to put your morals upon me or me to put my morals upon you. You know, I've always been a firm believer in that. I've told my twin sister many of times, you know, like to butt out. I would never come into your life and tell you how to do this or this should be that way. I've always been very big about that because we all have the ability as adults to make our own choices, what we want to do, you know, and I'm not here to lead somebody else's morals in life. I'm here to follow my own morals, and I deem my morals for me is pretty good, you know. Hi, Wanda. You know, like I said, I like who I am. That's why people with the trolls and that they can't bring me down. Why? You know. But anyways, life is YOLO, you know, and be caring, kind, and compassionate as best as you can. Pay it forward, you know. If you're in line in a Timmy's, whatever, buy somebody a coffee that day or something. Do something nice for somebody, you know. We don't need, there's already enough things going on in the world. Like I said, I like the fact that we focus on trying to bring you the truth, you know, and not feed you just a bunch of malarkey and let you decide. It's kind of like this anonymous thing, right? Fact or fiction, or a bit of both on that. So let's look at okay. We'll look at this first, and I'll play it in a little bit of pieces here. And I'm sure that, can I just get a one? There's 140 people watching. Just a one. Have pretty much everyone seen this already, right? That's in here. Two if you haven't, one if you have. And give me 1 sec. I'll eat that later. We'll have some of the coffee now, though. I just want to see. Is there a couple people?
Coffee sounds lovely right now.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we have 1-1. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
There we go. Nick says 2. Shelly says 1. Cold Case says 1. Brooke says 2. And Susan says O.
Is that a big O or a small O, Susan?
It's a little O.
It's a little O. Yeah. Not really sure. Is this still alive? Yes, it is, Louise. The question was, has everyone seen the anonymous member post? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Or you can just put
just put a little O if you're Susan Thomas.
Yeah. We're just making fun, Susan.
Just taking what do they say? Taking a piss.
Okay. Well, so we're just gonna kind of go through this bit by bit, and can talk about it. Okay, let's just cut the crap right now. Adam, when you watched this video, what was your initial reaction?
Well, if you remember, I stopped halfway through because we said we were going to do the live about this, and so I wanted to watch it and give my opinion as we watched it.
Okay. What was your initial reaction for the part that you did?
My initial reaction was that I was reading a whole bunch of bullshit. But then the more I thought about it, I started to dissect smaller pieces and think, well, so I've left, from the part of it I've read, I've been left more kind of along the lines of, my gut tells me that there's nothing to it, but I definitely, I'd be lying if I didn't say there were some questions in my head.
Yes. Sorry, Shirley. Slow mode has to be on, or else it gets too chaotic for trying to see your guys' questions. So apologies, but I don't usually like to do a minute, but sometimes you have to, or else it just spams and you can't really get people's, get to people's questions or things too well. So I'm going to say the same thing. When I first listened to it on Pandora's thing there, I was like, what a bunch of horse crap. Who wrote this? That was my first thought. When I was watching it, when I was first of all listening to this, I was like, are you kidding me? Is someone playing their own narrative here? Like, is this somebody's story? Because that's exactly what it sounds like. And somebody legitly just came up with their own freaking version.
Right.
Can I listen to it again?
I think I said to Sunny. I think I said to Sunny, are we sure someone's not writing fan fiction?
Right. But then I went back and listened to it again. And there's definitely some things in there that are absolute speculation, you can tell. I feel like there's things in there that maybe came to light that we possibly didn't know. Possibly. But what we don't have is actual messages or anything to back this up. So it's kind of like why I put that video out there for your guys' thoughts on how you felt. A lot of people believe that it's mostly true. I believe that there's some truth in here, but this is what it reminds me of. It reminds me of somebody that's claiming that they know Nicola and that they know her. But a lot of it seems like speculation on their part, that they're telling the narrative to what they feel, not versus necessarily the truth. But yet, because there's nothing to back this up. This is pure speculation to this. I like to go with the fact of what makes sense and what we know, and then kind of fill in some gaps, type of thing. So let's go through each part of it, and kind of go like, does that sound like logical? And
Right.
No, that a non-post. So okay, that thank you, Louise, for saying that, because when I first watched it the first time, I was like, wow, this person just put in everybody in there, didn't he? He talked about the fisherman, talked about the red vehicle. It was literally felt like somebody was telling their story for me. And because it's an anonymous member, okay, I get it. Somebody doesn't want to put their real name to something if they truly are a friend of Nicola's, because of the, lashback that person can take. But where there should be still, where you show somebody, hey, look, this is the text messages here. This is what truly this person, and you vet them is what you call it, right.
Which can be difficult to do sometimes. I mean, I'll just, I don't know about this specific situation, but I mean, like when you're given information like that, you're, of course when someone tells you the information, they're like, oh, this is all true. This is all true. And, it can be difficult to corroborate that sometimes, so, I mean, what I always do is I personally don't really release information. And if I do say something, I'm very, I always say, take this with a grain of salt. I have no way to verify this, but I was told it. And even then, I'm very hesitant to even do that.
Yeah. So I take everything with a grain of salt when it comes to stuff like this, because unless you can vet the person yourself, to say, look, I've spoken to this person has showed me who they were, and I can safely say that, yes, this person does know Nicola, and they're not just fabricating their own narrative. That's what it rubbed me after all this time. Right? After all this time, somebody finally spoke to you after all this time, and all of a sudden this post comes out just before the inquest. It really felt like someone pushing their narrative. on the Nicola Bulley case. Like they were pushing their own story, So it's hard to believe in the genuineness of this post because you have nothing to back it up. So that's why you just have to take a grain of salt and believe what you need to believe. And that's the one thing about this channel. It's your right to believe whatever you want to believe or how you feel about the Nicola Bulley case, whether you think it was self-harm, whether you think it was an accident, or whether you think that there was third-party involvement. We're just here to show the information, talk about it, discuss it, say how we feel, being as honest as I can. So that's how I initially felt. But let's go through it, you guys. And what?
Well, first I want to say I didn't make it to the homeless man part, so I'm curious to see that. And then Jackie says, we can certainly say for sure that Anon is not Paul.
Right. I don't think Paul was writing this. That definitely. Okay. So love her.
Bye, Shirley.
Okay.
Bye, Shirley.
Shirley. Okay.
Great.
So let's see. Where did I start talking? It would have been right just about here. Hold on. So knowing that I see some grammatical errors, like this info has come of a guy. Obviously, this info comes from a guy who lives in Preston, has known Nicola for about 10 years. I'm not putting his name because there are people on these groups who know him and his family. So to protect him, I have agreed not to put his name. He didn't have to give me this info, but wanted to, and he has reported things to the police. Okay, so this is what he says. No way did Nicola fall into the river or go in on her own free will. He spoke to Nicola a few days before she went missing. She wasn't very happy about some things. Paul was one of the problems. Paul was the drinker, not Nicola. When it was this guy's sister's 40th birthday. Okay, I just want to go through kind of like each part a little bit. Okay.
Right. And now, Sunny, I have to leave in like 20 minutes, but
20.
I said it's well, it's 4:30 now here.
Okay, is it 4:30? Okay,
Yeah.
So Paul Falding himself said there's no way that Nicola went in at that part of the water, that he could prove it. Okay, so that's the biggest issue that I have with the whole thing as well. Nobody found her. Peter Falding searched with his sonar equipment. They had searchers all out, etc., etc. The police didn't find her. It's just they had no proof. They had no proof. They had no slide marks. They had no clothing. They had nothing. Okay, they had nothing to show for that one. So that part right there, okay, I can go with the fact that, just out of our own minds that she perhaps didn't fall in there, because again, she went against all odds then, if that's the case. She literally went against all odds, and maybe the inquest will give us some answers. I mean, if there's a big freaking honker of a welt on her head, besides barring the fact if she was floating down, and that they can show that, she fell, hit a rock, left no trace of that, but yet they couldn't find her. She should have just went right there, Peter Falding said. So, I'll have to look at that later, Jeff. But anyways, okay. So that's kind of like there was nothing much there besides the fact of, I agree. I find it hard to believe that she fell into that spot. And when you have someone like a specialist that's in underwater and they're saying that she should have went down there, that there's no way she could have made it over the weir. Okay. That puts more credibility to that, for instance. Okay. So let's go to the part about the 40th birthday. Nicola did not have much to drink at all. It was Paul who had quite a few drinks. He was knocking them back like it was out of fashion. Nicola told him to calm it down on his drinking, and he had a right go at her and said no one tells him what to do. After they left the party, they had an argument on the car park. Paul grabbed Nicola and pushed her against a wall. He was really mad. Actually, I'll play that one out a little bit more. This person and others told Paul to calm down and stop doing what he's doing to Nicola. 3 days before Nicola went missing, Nicola spoke to this person and his sister and said she couldn't cope anymore and that she was ready to end it as she had had enough. When asked what she meant, Nicola said she was ready to end it with Paul, which was to their relief as they thought Nicola meant end her life. Nicola said, hell no, and that she had too much to live for, and that her family meant the world to her and her 2 daughters and Willow. Okay. What do you think of that apples? Those apples. But what you just heard there. And you guys in chat as well.
I mean,
honest answer on that.
Would it surprise me to think that Paul might be a drinker as well? Not at all. I mean, but I don't know. This in the same way, I never criticized Nicola for that accusation. I'm not gonna criticize Paul for it either. Now, as far as the relationship goes, I mean, I found it interesting that their first thought was, if allegedly that they are a close friend, like they're saying, I find it telling that when they heard the words "going to end it," that their first instinct was that she meant her life and not the relationship. Because if someone that I am friends with told me I'm going to end it, and I never had any reason to suspect them having mental health issues in the past, I would not naturally assume they meant their life. So I found that part where they said they were relieved to find out they were talking about her relationship. I found that to be a bit convenient, knowing what we know as far as what happened. But I'm listening.
Oh, so I was going to say this, and I agree, William, with you. How did the person know what was discussed during a private conversation? Like that's how I felt when I was listening to this too. I'm like, okay, well, this person. So like, let's just hypothetically say that this person lives in the St. Michael's area, and he is talking to this person that's made this post, perhaps, or he could just be that person that's posting this for a friend, but it's really me posting it. That type of thing. We don't know, but go ahead.
It does seem silly to say, you're going to be anonymous, but then, it's your sister's 40th birthday. I mean, for anyone that's involved in this, wouldn't be that hard to figure out who you are if you're legitimate. And, if I really didn't want like the family or my other friends to find out that I was the one posting this, I don't think I would say my sister's 40th birthday.
Right. 1 second. When I click live and you come up on the 8th in the list, it's like your position determined by likes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Thanks, Jeff. Oh yeah, and don't forget to hit that like, by the way. So my thing is this: it's a 40th birthday party. 40th, somebody's big 40, right? Does Paul, do I factually know that Paul drinks? Well, yeah, I think we've seen him in pictures, slamming a few back or whatever. Thank you, subscriber. Okay. Could this be true? Could it be true? Is what I ask myself. Well, we don't know what it's like behind somebody else's castle, do we? Because we all know, whether it's in your own life, and I was in a relationship myself where my mom, to her dying day, would say, I still can't believe he was so abusive. Which she was talking about my first ex, Dion, because I never told anybody. So she had no clue that I was that the whole relationship was abusive. So could some of this be true is what I ask myself. Well, it could be, but we don't know factually besides some anonymous poster posting it and stuff like that. if I was to ask myself in my heart of hearts, just my own opinion, do I think by some of the comments that were made by the family and Paul that, about, well, they obviously weren't married. And you guys all know Paul's answer to that was kind of like, yeah, I'm a procrastinator, I kind of put things off. When I look at Paul, he doesn't look like the abusive type. But then again, I don't know Paul enough to say what he turns into. If when he's drinking alcohol, does he turn into this, toxic type personality? Does he become more belligerent? Possibly, So this is just a bunch of possiblies. But it's one of those things that, okay, perhaps. But in my heart of hearts, I've always kind of internally felt that if Nicola, which it's true, when people are saying that Nicola, obviously wasn't the drinker and Paul was, that's untrue. That would be an untrue statement. Because, first of all, January 10th incident, okay, they brought out the vulnerabilities. Nicola's own parents have said that they knew that this information was going out. They're the ones that approved of that. They know that Nicola previous, and it wasn't like it was like nominal alcohol issues. It seemed like it was excessive, whatever wording it was that they used. Okay. But meaning excessive. So that would tell me that on the outside that Nicola portrays, she's probably a very lovely person, beautiful heart. Usually people like Nicola's aura there, you can see, is beautiful. She has a soft, kind soul about her. But I think she had her struggles. And that comes with being especially a deep, caring, empathic person. And I know that myself because of who I am, and it's easy to easy to struggle, and look for a crutch to help whatever her issues were, that she felt something was obviously, there was unhappiness in her life, obviously. Anyone that turns to some sort of alcohol, drugs, gambling, food, whatever, there's obviously some sort of sadness there in their life, and they use a crutch to help them go through it. So obviously the family, her own parents, were very much aware that this information was going out. So I feel like perhaps, okay, that maybe this isn't the most loving, caring relationship that it's being kind of portrayed as by some, that maybe she did have these issues of sadness. I mean, Paul and her never did marry. That's kind of like a little cue right there. Either Nicola didn't care if they were married or not, because she had been married before and maybe she was happy with the arrangement. I just kind of personally felt like, how can you sit there and say that she's happy, and all this, and then they put out, to contrary to saying how happy she was in that, and yet they bring out the vulnerabilities. It's contradicting itself. I think that Nicola was suffering definitely with depression of something, and whatever that causes, I don't know. I don't want to speak, but I'm just, not being an expert, of course, but just going by my own gut and knowing that, I just go off my own gut feelings when I feel something, because I'm a people person, and I look to see the truth of the person behind them, perhaps. Adam, do you feel yourself that possibly that there was some relationship issues, if you were just hypothetically speaking?
Well, I mean, anyone that's in a relationship has relationship issues. Now, if there were any, if one party in a relationship has depression or an addiction, inevitably that's going to lead to severe problems. I mean, anyone that's ever suffered from depression or addiction, or has ever loved someone with an addiction or depression, it can be incredibly difficult to be either party in that relationship, in my opinion.
I just think that this is plausible, but we have nothing to back it up. And that's where it stands. That it's plausible that, because knowing that Nicola, like I said, we don't know if Paul was abusive or not. Is there any abuse charges out there that Paul has against him? What I found interesting about the January 10th visit was they kept using the term that nobody was arrested. So whether that was Paul or Nicola, or maybe perhaps nobody, it came across to me like that there was an argument of something that went on, and that nobody, because why would you use that? Why would you put that out there? If it was somebody that just had mental health issues, and whatever, it would come across to me like, like in a more softer way. But when somebody adds to that and says that no one was arrested from that incident, it makes it seem like that there was an argument that ensued or something that happened. And it could very well be due to Nicola's drinking issues or not. Regardless, there's a sadness in Nicola. Anyone that resorts to that stuff, there's a sadness, there's a depression or sadness of some sort.
And when you love someone, I'm not putting myself in Paul's situation, but if has anyone has anyone in the chat ever like loved someone, whether it be a family member, a friend, or anything, and you want to naturally help people that you love, and when nothing you do can help them, that can be incredibly frustrating, and sometimes can result in almost you can start to resent them in a way, when it just goes on and there's nothing you can do to help. So, and I don't know if that's their situation. I know personally for myself, I've felt that way in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Let's carry on here. I'll make it bigger again. So we're at the part where it says her family right at the bottom there were her life, and that she would never put them through that. The night before Nicola went missing, her and Paul had a big fight, and Paul punched her twice, which was witnessed by another friend. This person would not say any names of who this friend was. He said Nicola hit Paul back and scratched him. Okay. So the night before, she's seen her boss.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think about how the parents were talking about Paul. Nobody wants to put their crap out to the wind, even Nicola's, the parents had been talking about that, right? Like, Nicola might not approve of it, but it was to let people know that Nicola was depressed. She had issues going on. That's why her sister said, Nicola, and she kind of looked and said, Nicola, there's nothing that we can't talk about, or something like that, right? It was one of those things when you're listening to your ears and you're going, okay, so what is going on with Nicola? Something's going on. They're obviously bringing these vulnerabilities out for a reason. And again, she was deemed a high risk, okay, right from the get-go. That's why it blows me away that they didn't cordon off the area, right? You're deemed high risk, but the answer that Rebecca Smith gave was so stupid, it was ridiculous. Right. Like, it was literally the most ridiculous answer. Well, we had these people search the area.
In his first like interview, or first time he was on the news, did he have something under his eye? Like a mark?
Paul?
Paul.
No, nothing that I personally seen.
That's what I'm trying to remember. Just because I'm, if this thing she scratched him.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at it, but
I mean, I personally, if this is true, if it's true, it's horrific. If it's not true, it's horrific as well, because here's a grieving father of two, now being accused of being, one, someone that might have killed his partner, or at the very least abused her. So I've never heard anyone else accuse Paul of that. So with any validity or evidence.
Right. Like I said, I'm taking this with a big grain of salt. Again, right? It's whatever it's whatever narrative you think.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time seeing this happening myself.
Hi, Vonda.
Hi, Vonda. Sorry, guys. Gonna have to catch up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. I know. Yeah. It's I guess it's going into Sunday for you over there. Yeah. Okay. Let's play more. She wanted to leave him on the night of the day she went missing, but didn't want to ask a friend or to go to her parents' house because Paul would have gone after her. I asked if Paul was related to the Fletchers. He smirked and said, might be. He doesn't think Penny Fletcher has done any harm to Nicola, but he wouldn't put it past any of her family, and that Penny Fletcher definitely covering up for someone, and she knew who Willow and the phone belonged to and didn't want to get involved in anything. Paul sometimes went drinking with Penny Fletcher's grandson and one of her sons. Mostly they went out to St. Michael's area. Paul was heard saying in one of the local pubs that he is in no way going to let Nicola leave him and would find a way to stop her. I asked how long the relationship was on the rocks for. The reply was 5 months, maybe more, and that Nicola had been planning to leave for a few months, but was waiting for the right time to do it. Not many knew this, as she didn't want anyone knowing in case it got back to Paul. The girl said to her friend's mom in some way. Sorry, I accidentally screwed up on that little piece. I left a piece in there where it kind of double talked over. And I went back and I was like, I ain't going back to fix that once you've uploaded it. Once you get the green light from YouTube, you don't really want to go mess with it. So I just left it as it was. It was just a little blurb in there where I'm kind of whatever. Okay. Nicola could have perhaps been contemplating leaving Paul. Could have. Again, we don't know the backstory or what their life entailed. Is it a possibility? Yeah. As for the snickering about something about Paul and the Fletchers, okay, Ellie and myself have found no connection to Paul or this cousin Barnes or the fact of anything to do with the Fletchers. There's in the end, like I have and Ellie has, especially Ellie, deep dived very hard into the different tree lines. Now, it is a small place. It is a small town. They do live in Inskip. They said that Nicola Bulley was, like she was, like part of the community in a sense. But as for a connection to Paul, this is where I started feeling like it was getting into someone's own narrative more so. What did you feel about this part or that part?
Yeah. I don't know. I felt like this was probably the easiest part to probably try to figure out whether, if he was overheard saying in a pub, then people would have heard that, which I found like then contradicted right away when it said Nicola didn't want anyone to know this, but yet Paul's overheard in a pub saying she's not going to leave me. It seemed very convenient. Because here we're told, well, the reason Nicola didn't tell anyone is because she didn't want anyone to know. But the reason we know Paul would never let her leave is because he was overheard in a public place, in a pub, of course, because earlier in the narrative they'd already stated that Paul's the drinker. So now we have Paul making public statements how he'll never let Nicola leave him, but then Nicola never would have told anyone about their problems because she didn't want anyone to know. It seems incredibly convenient to me.
Yeah. This like I said, this is where, I mean, and some of the other parts too, but this is where I'm really going, okay, like, first of all, so this just sounds like a lot of second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand information,
Right.
and that somebody is contriving their own narrative more so. Again, however you guys want to think about it, totally up to you. There could be possibilities. I mean, Nicola could have possibly been wanting to leave the relationship. Again, I mean, perhaps because she did have, they said that her drinking issues and that had resurfaced.
Right.
So she could, like, there was something sad in her. There was. What that is, don't know. Okay. Right. This is where speculation always comes out and stuff like this. Take it with a grain of salt, though. Right. Let's wait for the inquest and let's see what comes out of that. But just knowing full well that Peter Falding wasn't requested for any information, anything at all. Anyway, let's play it.
Well, Sonny, I sadly I have to go. I apologize. But
no problem.
I have a soccer game, so I will see you later. And thank you everyone for joining me. Sonny will take it from here. But of course, I still now haven't heard the end of this, so I'm gonna go and watch it.
Watch it on replay. Okay.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.
Mm-hmm. Bye. Okay. So, soccer game, right? Hey, Jeff. It is it's a strange case, definitely. In the fact of, like I've always said, like there's nothing there that has been able to support that Nicola Bulley fell in the water there. And again, you cannot make a timeline out of what you would think would be an easy timeline to make out of. And it just seems like, again, a push of a narrative that they want to push. And that's, we're all waiting for that inquest and see what happens, what is said at that point. Anyways, let's continue. Oh, wait, I think I got to go over this a little just because I was over talking. 2 nights before, Nicola had gone missing, but didn't know what it was about, and that Nicola was not having an affair and never was like some people have said she was. She met her boss the night before she went missing and some time before then. Some thought Nicola had met Emma White's husband, but it was her boss they had a business meeting was waiting for someone at the train station who was very big, important client. His sister does the exact same walk at roughly the same time as Nicola, and they'd normally let the dogs play for a bit. His sister arranged to meet Nicola on one of the fields, but not sure which one, but Nicola never turned up. I asked if it was Nicola who dropped the girls off at school. He replied, "We think so, but can't be sure," as some who said they saw and spoke to Nicola have now said it was a different day. Only 1 or 2 still say it was Nicola. Wait, okay. We'll play that a little bit. Girls told the teacher something that morning that their mom and Emma White had an argument. When asked, Emma White said it was a disagreement. Okay, actually, I'll stop it there. Okay, so for me, at what point here where's this person getting their information from if they knew Nicola very well? Let me go back to 1 second here. Is it right? Okay, waiting for someone to change his. His sister did the exact same walk. His sister arranged to meet Nicola in one of the fields, but not sure which one, but Nicola never showed up. I can't see Nicola being the person just to not show up without messaging the person. She seems like she would be that person that would, you know what, hey, you know what, I can't make it or something. I can't see her just simply not showing up. Again, a lot of this feels to me like it's like if you're so close to Nicola and you can't even figure out if that was Nicola that took the girls to school or not. Like that seems pretty easy to do if you're close to Nicola. And if there's one thing we haven't seen, like, I mean, it's not like, have you guys seen anything where actual friends of Nicola's are bashing Paul and stuff? Because Ellen told them they could have the police at the door. Pandora's Box have taken another post. Well, isn't Alan one to speak about that, eh? That makes me laugh, to be honest. But hey, if that's what she chose to do and that's the actual reason, then again, each to their own. Kind of sounds a little bit righteous, though, coming from Alan, who puts everything out there about everything. So I don't know about that. I said, I don't really watch him. I don't really watch what's his name? Sluffer? Something? Sluffer? So she was on a Zoom like call shortly before vanishing. You know what? That part of it, I'm not exactly sure how it all went. If somebody in chat can say, maybe give a little bit better, because she had a meeting with her boss and she had her parents, but they had met up personally. Can someone, because that one I've always kind of been confused on. Yeah. Yeah, if somebody knows that particular portion of events a little bit better, I've always been a little bit confused on that. She, like, we know she was making appointments for spa. You know, her and her sister had messaged and that she had met up with her boss, and it wasn't like, it was a little ways away, and the parents, oh, well, it's been said both ways. It's been said that the parents were at her house, and then it's been said, see, and this is what I'm talking about. The timeline can't even be straight if it wanted to. And because in the paper, it was, the way it sounded was like that they were at Nicola's house, you know. But it's been said both ways. And again, no matter what part of this story you look at, it can contradict each other the whole way through the timeline. Yeah, I just don't watch him, and I don't watch, like, again, I don't really watch channels, but yeah, all I can say is each to your own. And if you watch them, you watch them, and you know, if you don't, you don't. She had a camera and audio off, right? She was just listening. That was on the morning of, right? Because she was just logged in. That they said that she didn't need to be, but something about for her business. But you know, she didn't need to be on camera and she didn't need to be on audio. She was just listening. Oh, okay. No, Jeff, they didn't. It was, I mean, at least according to the police, right, that there was nobody that was around that heard anything, again, because she wasn't on that. But the police did say that they had talked to the boss, you know, and that they could determine, but again, what's true, what's not, that there was like nobody else. But the thing is that, again, she's not on voice, she's not on camera. All the police can do is find out that she was on the phone call. It ended. The Zoom call, the Teams call ended at 9:30 in the morning, and that her phone was still logged in once that Teams call ended, and that Penny Fletcher had found the, you know, phone face side up, apparently, and Willow. Again, you know, to try to make hide nor hair the timeline and the truth. I mean, we can just go back to what Ron said, what Penny said, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. That was logged in. Sorry, I was meaning like the night before. The night before she had met up with her boss. You know, because she had, you know, like the important meeting, and I think her parents typically take the children on Thursday. I think she needed them to. I can't remember. There's that one twists in my brain a little bit on that one. So, okay, hold on. Let me just go back again. Okay, but okay. But bottom line of kind of like what I'm hearing here is, again, if you're close to Nicola, I think you could find out if Nicola dropped her kids off at school. Okay, that wouldn't be a hard one to figure that out if this person is a close friend of Nicola's. So this is where I really feel like their own personal narrative is being pushed. That within the town, there's going to be people like on the internet that are going to think nothing about it, that Nicola just had an accident. And this is what the inquest might, like I said, we're just going to wait. I'm not holding out too much hope in what they say, but, you know, we'll just wait. Anyways, let me go back to this part here. We'll just do argument. When asked, Emma White said it was a disagreement and that they had sorted it out. But no one knows if it was sorted out. He thinks if it was Nicola who took the girls to school, that she went missing before the bench. He is sure Penny Fletcher is not involved, but thinks she definitely knows something and thinks she knows who it was. He's 99% sure she knows. Penny Fletcher can come across to people as nasty, but he said she can be a really nice person and that the reason for her actions is because she is covering for someone. He told her if she knows what happened and who it was, then to go forward as she can get done for withholding information. She dropped her head and bottom lip and looked sad. He said she had a doctor's appointment the morning Nicola went missing and also went to the tip. He knows she was at the doctor's because he was working outside and she said hi to him and she was going in. He is sure Nicola was killed or something to do with foul play, as she had too many things planned for the next few days, so there's no way she would take her own life. She was very careful by the river. She never went too close, not even when Willow went in, as Willow never went too far. Sorry if you guys hear my husband in the back a little bit, it's because he's gaming. Okay, so I wanted to go back to just this little part. I think it's just before this. Come on. She looks sad. So Penny Fletcher came across to people as nasty, but he said she can really be a nice person. And the reason for the actions is because she is covering for someone. He told her that if she knows what happened and who it was, then to go forward and she can get done for withholding information. Okay. Do you honestly believe that Penny's the type of person that's going to withhold information, honestly? Like, in all fairness, I can't see Penny lowering her lip in sadness and going, yeah, I suppose you're right. I suppose I should go talk to the police. Can't see Penny. She has a feisty spirited personality. You know? I've been tripped on my dog leash when he comes around behind me. Could have happened, causing her to trip. Yeah, that one's been talked about, you know. And that's kind of what even before. I mean, I had thought that, but that's before I knew that the Lancashire police had said that as well. Again, I'm just taking all this with a grain of salt that it deserves. There's no fact behind this at all. Right? There's nothing to say that this is factual information. Do any of you guys in chat feel like this is somebody pushing their own narrative? You know, because obviously if this person lives in St. Michael's on the Wire, it's almost like information coming from this person, and this person is kind of telling what he feels what happened. So he knows that Penny drooped her head in sadness and, was like, yeah, you're right. Guess I should go give over the information that I have and that, she knows 100% and blah, blah, blah. It just really feels like someone pushing a lot of different information by other people to almost make what I deem as a story in a sense of how they feel, with possibilities of some of it being, possibly true, but we don't know. I just don't want to sit here. Like, I'm not going to be that person that sits here and says that, hey, Nicola and Paul, were, that he physically abused her and stuff like that. I'm not going to put that out there. Like, is it possible? Perhaps, but we don't know. There's nothing here at all, again, to say that this information is factual. It's whether or not you believe in it or not that you determine that. I think it's a false story personally. She'd fallen into the water. The dog would have gone in the water. You know what? Again, I'm going to stand by Peter Falding on this one. Like, there's nothing that makes sense. Your Shaw bill is ready. It's someone who cares for Nicola. Cared for Nicola. Well, again, then this person should know if she took her kids to school. I mean, that wouldn't be hard to find out if he's so close, but he couldn't give, in this story, he couldn't give a direct answer. But yet that wouldn't be hard to figure out. I don't even think Nicola was at the park. I know. It is very eerie, that picture of Nicola leaving the house. I've looked at that one a few times after it, and I'm not going to sit here and claim that that is Emma, but my God, do those two, like, if I was to compare Emma to that picture, I can totally see that being Emma's face as well. But because these two actually did, and that picture is blurry, but because they did look quite a bit alike, but when you kind of look at the chin and the hairline and stuff, you kind of go, oh, so I get that. But again, like I get some people believe from start to finish that it's the whole thing is actors and this and stuff like that. I don't usually like to go that far out of there that to think that the whole story is something. Something happened to Nicola. Again, I'm just really waiting for the inquest now. Oh, there's El Gacho. Hi, Curly. How are you? You ready for your block? Bye, dude. Don't you love it when people are just trolls and they literally make account after account just literally to come into your chat because they can't get over you in a sense and they have to just keep coming back? What a boring life somebody must have. Like, literally. The parents took the girls home and Nicola was on another call and asked could the parents stay a little bit longer. Yeah, right, Allie. But the thing with that one is that there was two things said by the parents in the newspapers. One, because when you read one of them, it was like, so why would the parents go to the door if it's their home? So like I said, there's nothing here that doesn't say the opposite, whether it's the phone on the ground to the phone on the bench to the lead to the Penny tying the dog up to Penny telling Ron to that the dog's loose to tie the dog up. You can tell that sentence was basically saying that the dog was running loose. So there's just nothing. But at the end of the day, regardless if it was Nicola's home or the parents' home, was on another call and asked could the parents stay a little bit longer, right? Which was a Zoom call or something like that, I believe, correct? I'm wondering if they're still treating it as an accident. Well, again, Barbara, if they're not asking for Peter Falding's information whatsoever, accident or self-harm. Simple as that. Okay? going to be accident or self-harm. What's that, beautiful people? But in a couple of days, the inquest starts, then we can really have something to talk about. But it's just a matter of what's actually going to be said. I'm finally waiting. What a long wait. Can I say that? What a ridiculous long wait to go from February 19th to literally the end of June. We'll see. We'll see what comes of it. We'll see. But in saying that, again, that would mean more that they would want Peter's information. But we'll see. We'll see, Barbara, what comes about, right? That's all we can do is wait and just see what's said. The verdict of the inquest will be a misadventure because, it's just simply, like I said, if she fell and she didn't leave any marks, to me, that would mean she then hit her head and knocked herself out cold. Peter Falding doesn't believe that she went in at the bench, said he could prove it. And everything that went against, there was nothing. What can I say? You guys know this. There was nothing. They literally couldn't give us anything about Nicola being there. Even the witnesses changed from this person to that person, to times change of witnesses. Like they themselves said that the first couple moms talked to Nicola, right? That morning. Where did those witnesses go? They were never put into the timeline anymore, besides at the press conference. And if anything, it was Rebecca Smith that kind of screwed up everything. Because it's almost like it's almost like the information kind of that was given as they were trying to tweak the timeline. And then, she would say things that would contradict what, say, Sally had said, or contradict with, I don't know, just everything. Yeah, but this has been longer. Let's see, February, March, April, May, June. Like, we're talking like just over 4 months. It's crazy. On a Thursday, the grandparents always picked up the girls from school. On a particular night, she was on a Zoom call and asked them if they could stay longer. Ellie, so just to get this in my brain straight. So it was said that she went to meet her boss. Like, I don't exactly remember where it was said that she went somewhere, a few miles or some miles away. Is that part true? I keep, again, different things get said. Jumped or pushed, I'm just, like I said, I want to see what's comes out of this inquest here. She was not in the river. It's just hard, right? Because, like I said, they're too busy patting themselves on the back for what a marvelous job they did. And it's like, that feeling of, well, look at that. She was found in the water. We were right all along. Like, that's exactly how Soden, like, yep, we were like right all along, like just the cockiness of that. You guys still didn't find her, you idiot. I think I'm going to the inquest as I only love. Well, did you apply for it? Because it's probably already full. Talk to the okay. I'll have to stand out. Well, okay. I guess I should have read the rest of your comment. I'll have to stand outside, but I should be able to talk to the press about the videos and lack of communication from Lancashire Police. So, well, I mean, that would be cool if you could. And I will look at your email later. If Jason Rothwell goes to the inquest and not Peter, that's outrageous. No, yeah. What are your thoughts? Oops, sorry, clicked off on it. Sailor Man, what are your thoughts about the locals' thoughts? I will never believe she was in the water while they were searching. I mean, it is, like I said, this case is like, I feel like it was like a case, like it felt like it should have been like this, and then it just lost control. I will, for myself, put blame totally on the Lancashire Police from the TikTokers for not courting it off, from pushing a narrative on people, acting like that they don't have brains, but yet they couldn't provide any evidence to back that up. Just from the double talking of the witness times, and when witnesses said, it was very sloppy, to say the least. It was very sloppy, to say the least. Okay, let's she dropped her head and bottom lip and looked sad. He said she had a doctor's appointment the morning Nicola went missing, and also went to the tip. He knows she was at the doctor's because he was working outside and she said hi to him and she was going in. He is sure Nicola was killed or something to do with foul play, as she had too many things planned for the next few days, so there's no way she would take her own life. She was very careful by the river. She never went too close, not even when Willow went in, as Willow never went too far. Her Fitbit was not synced, as it was replaced by one the same model and color, and sometimes she didn't sync it, especially if her and Paul had an argument. He doesn't think Emma White did anything to Nicola either, but thinks she knows more than she's letting on. He isn't sticking up for Emma White, as he doesn't like her. He hates her and says half the things that come out of her mouth are lies, and that she fancies Paul and always has done for ages. He said the Fletchers are a bit sus, but he doesn't think it's Penny Fletcher, but is convinced she knows and who and what happened. He also doesn't think it's Louise is involved, as her and Nicola were close, but he thinks she is feeling guilty about something. He said Penny Fletcher definitely knew who Willow and the phone belonged to, and that's another reason he thinks she knows who and what happened. He said Nicola was a lovely person. Okay. Again. Okay, so let me first say this. When you're making a post, and if your punctuation is not in the proper place, in a sense, when you're doing it and you've typed in something wrong, Streamlabs will deem it that you're trying to post a link. It's not that you are trying to post a link, but that's how it determines it as. Remember, it's a robot in a sense. So it's just looking for if something's grammatically done with punctuation, it thinks that you're putting in a link. So it's just how Streamlabs picks it up when that happens. Okay. So her Fitbit was not synced, as it was replaced by the same model and color. And sometimes, okay, so she got that Fitbit for Christmas. Okay. Paul bought her that Fitbit for Christmas, right? She disappeared. A month later? Okay. I doubt very much that it was replaced. Her Fitbit was not synced, as it was replaced by one the same model and color, and sometimes she didn't sync it, especially if her and Paul had an argument. I can't buy into that one at all. I can't buy into that. So she didn't sync her Fitbit because and then she got a new one like within the month. And if her and Paul had an argument, sometimes she didn't sync it. That doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to you guys about that? Like a Fitbit's isn't like more of a Fitbit about like your walking path, or or I guess it's your travel, isn't it? Again, how would this person know this information? The person can't even say whether or not it was Nicola that took the kids to school. But this person can say your Fitbit was not synced because of this reason. Dad Ernest added Nicola was happy with her job and had a meeting with an important client before she went missing. Right. This whole thing is very contradictory, isn't it? So here you have them putting out vulnerabilities, right? And they're talking about Nicola's alcohol issues. And menopausal, which can cause depression. For any man out there that doesn't believe that, again, men get menopause too, but women know their bodies, and some women get very depressed during menopausal time or menopause or whatever, like your monthly period and menopausal and stuff like that. That wouldn't have been put out there if they didn't think that she was at risk for possibly, like I said, it's clear as day. people can't overlook certain information and only look at something. You have to look at all the information. And the information that was coming out, whether it was out of Nicola's sister Louise's mouth, by saying, if there's anything, the reason why they put that information out there was because she was deemed a high mispa because of her mental health issues and her depression. They obviously know more about their daughter and Paul in their life. So meaning people kept saying, well, it's Paul that gave that information. No, the parents clearly said that they knew about the information. That meaning because they felt like possibly if they can't find Nicola, right? So they have to look at all options. But putting that out there, the only reason to even put that information out there, because she was, like I said, which came out 3 weeks later, February 15th or whatever it was, but she was deemed as a high misspell right away, regardless. But if the parents of Nicola Bulley are allowing that information, which they did, to come out there, that's because they believe that perhaps with her issues, depression, health issues, whatever mental health issues going on, that she might have done that. But yet, by the same token, you have all that information contradictory to that she was happy. She had just done a mortgage deal. She had made these appointments. So it's kind of like everything kind of contradicts itself. And then you have the contradictory of, we got no evidence. No one could find Nicola. A psychic medium finds Nicola, on February 19th. Snowden says that they actually predicted even the day she would be found. Fancy that, So everything, whether it's the self-harm, whether it's the accident one, like I said, that's them pushing their narrative. And again, that one's a harder one to believe that it was an accident. Could be. It is a harder one to believe because they want us to believe that she fell in there. Okay, so if at the inquest they come back and say that Nicola had, freaking huge welt on her head in a sense, which created, that she tripped over perhaps the leash and fell into the water, and that everything according to how typically something went and it was the perfect storm happened, it's plausible. It just seems like out of all the scenarios, it seems like it's the most unlikely. Especially when you have Peter Falding backing that up, saying his thoughts on it. You would have to turn your Bluetooth off for it not to sync. See, I don't know enough about that stuff because I don't have a Fitbit. I don't use Bluetooth and stuff like that. That's, I'm not, my husband has more technology than me. And police had her Fitbit from the start. No, I don't agree with that. You know what, though, Diane? There was an article that I read where I said to myself, wait a second, do they have the Fitbit? Because this article makes it sound like they had the Fitbit, But, bottom line is it's kind of like a phone. Sometimes you don't have to have a phone because you have iCloud, to retrieve information and stuff like that, the data from the company and stuff like that. But I'm going to think that they, hey CD, how are you? I'm going to think that they didn't have the Fitbit. But that article, there's one article that I read where it did make it seem like it. But then again, it depends. Like I said, everyone has their own narratives of how they think. I've listened to Eddie. And although I'm glad that he came back to do his thing, I don't necessarily agree with his line of thinking per se, because each to their own, right? Again, it just boils down to whether you believe this article. Everyone has that right to have common sense and use common sense and think what they want, even if you think it's like something far out there and that's your belief and your opinion, at the end of the day, right? It's all, there's so many different things with Nicola's case to point so many different ways with it, because there's nothing that's really substantial information with Nicola's case. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. You can't create a timeline. At least we can't. Okay? We can't. What the police physically have and don't have, or what the witnesses are or not witnesses, and cameras working, cameras not working, or dogs tied up, or this or that. That's information. it's not like we have the ability to talk to these people, unless someone in town is like, type of thing. So we can only make assumptions or whatever based on the nothingness that was really given at the end of the day, to be honest with you. And that's all this is. Like I said, you can look at that she was an accident, self-harm, or that's a third party involvement. And either one could make sense by the information that's out there, But again, a few days time, we'll see what's being said, To me, again, if there was a coroner's report and she had a big, massive conk on her head and she did fall in and she just got missed by everybody and overlooked and she didn't sink there, and it's just deemed as a misadventure. Who knows? Okay, so and as for Emma White, I don't know how I feel about Emma White, to be honest with you. I'm more looking at what the facts are of the case. I don't know about Emma White. I'm not sure where she. Thank you, Sandra. There's something there that bugs me about her. I know that. Maybe it's because she was smirking in this one interview she was giving a little bit, and I'm like, I don't know. Everyone reacts certain ways, but when you're talking about Nicola, and then your face almost has like a smirky smile to it in a sense. So I don't know if at that moment she was having a thought about Nicola, like a good memory, and that's what Kate made it. But I'm not really sure how I feel about Emma White. There is something about her that I possibly don't like. Let me put it this way. Nicola Bulley seems the most genuine between the two. Okay, so let me go back to this person and would do anything to help anyone if she could. She helped a homeless guy by getting him a flat and buying him some furniture for it until he got a job. Then he could get other things for himself. She paid 6 months' rent for him in advance, unknowingly to Paul and anyone else. She always said what she did with her money was her business, no one else's, and she does not need permission on how to spend her money and what on. He said Paul was a very heavy drinker and loved to snort things, and that Nicola liked a drink, but nowhere near to be an alcoholic. He doesn't think she had mental health issues. There was no signs of her having that, and if she did well to hide it, as most people. The least little thing. Okay, again, that whole part there. So she helped the homeless guy for 6 months, and there's nothing to back up any of this information at all. That's a guarantee. There's nothing to back any of this up. It really just sounds like a person pushing their narrative a lot here. Or a lot of hearsay that this person has heard. And then the poster is the poster is either the person from St. Michael's area, and he's just posting it underneath anonymous member, or it is an individual that perhaps talked to this individual. But so she helped a homeless guy for 6 months. So this person seems to be very close then to Nicola, but can't say if Nicola drove the girls to school. You know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense. There's a lot of definitely discrepancies here without knowing. We don't know. We don't know what Paul did. If he drank, if he was a heavy drinker. Well, he obviously drank because, like I said, you can see pictures where Nicola and, and Paul and, Emma White and different friends, have, drinks in their hands and stuff like that. Apparently someone said that they met at a pub. So, but like to sit there and say snort things. And like, I don't know. Had no need to say that. Makes it more feasible. He said she doesn't have he said he doesn't think she had mental health issues. Well, I'm pretty sure that since Nicola Bulley's parents allowed that information to come out, she obviously did have some mental health issues. But most people, like myself, you'd included in this, yeah? Most people aren't going to air out their dirty laundry unless it's your really good friend and stuff like that, Myself, I don't tell people usually that, if I'm having mental health issues or going through depression and stuff like that. It's not something I typically sit there and burden upon other people, because for me, that would feel like a burden, because I don't know. I have no problem helping other people, but I don't like to burden people with my problems. Nicola Bulley comes across to me like she's more that type of person. I don't know for sure, but she comes across like she wouldn't really want to be discussing her mental health issues, maybe with her closest of friends, perhaps. But nobody's proud of people's egos get in the way because they're too proud and they don't want to share certain things like that. I reckon Paul's a snorter. Absolutely. I've had my dark days. Absolutely. Everyone has something. Everyone has some sort of anxiety, typically towards something and whatever. We're all not immune from that stuff. To me, it's just a matter of how credible this post is. And for me, there's possibilities. There's possibilities to perhaps, but this seems too much like somebody pushing their narrative or talking from it's almost like when a group of locals are talking about the case, and this person's saying this and this person's saying that, and this person's repeating some of that information, but some of it's just information that you really can't see somebody else having. Like, for instance, who would have said that the Fitbit, because of Paul, whatever, that she wouldn't have synced her Fitbit and stuff like that? Like, does that really seem like Nicola would have said that? She probably might have said that to like a close friend, but I'm sure she just didn't throw it out to the air. I don't know. Down to earth type of person. NB. Yeah, she does. She seems like a beautiful soul. That's what I see with Nicola. Her aura, her presence. She just seems like a soul that seemed to have some issues going on. And the issues would be because of depression, perhaps, and sadness. Something that's creating her to use a crutch, like a lot of us have, depending on what it is. But she just seems like a very sweet soul. That's what I see in Nicola. Like, out of everyone in this whole Nicola Bulley case, she seems like the sweetest person out of everybody. The more kinder soul or whatever. Penny Fletcher, she's got like the grumpy old, look, and she might be a nice person, but you can tell she's like, she has to take care of a farm and all that stuff, and lost her husband, and back in 2002 and stuff like that. And I'm sure it would get aggravating because of TikTokers and people coming around her place and stuff like that. It really just depends on how people look at things, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'm just going to play this out again. Let's see. So as for the snort things and stuff like that, I mean, again, you know, who knows? I think she had mental health issues. There was no signs of her having that. And if she did well to hide it, as most people. The least little thing, and they flip if they have that. But she didn't have depression a few times, but nothing too bad that would make her take her own life. The fight the night before Nicola went missing was why the police were called out. Paul punched her twice because she hit him back. I asked if it was true that the glass had been smashed. He said no, it was ceramic vase and a saucepan. Nicola was planning to leave Paul as soon as she could, once the time was right. She had no intentions of going to her friends or her parents, as she was worried Paul would find her and take the girls. He is not certain on this, but thinks that one of the mortgages were for Nicola, but not 100% sure. I asked if that's why she was happy. He said no, she was happy because she signed off on a mortgage for his sister, as it was his sister's first one, and for another friend who had previously had one refused. The red van was from one of the units, warehouses, not far from the Fletchers, and Oscar Fletcher was not in London or wherever he claimed to be the day that Nicola went missing. The old guy from Penny Fletcher's caravan park who had his caravan broken into. It was Penny Fletcher's grandson. He was checking for video cameras, and he has a very just all. Oh, sorry. I have to do this. So Nicola was planning to leave Paul as soon as she could. I mean, again, we don't know. Is it possible? Yes. It becomes possible because obviously if she's using alcohol and her alcohol, is resurfaced. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh yeah, she's drinking. Like, it seems absurd to me. Like, I don't sit there and go, oh, I'm having menopause, so I'm going to pull out some alcohol and drink it. Like, I can see someone having depression with menopause, and not to say that somebody doesn't drink, maybe because they got menopause, but to put the two together, typically, I wouldn't consider those something that is like a normal, I'm drinking because I got menopause. I can see depression and someone uses alcohol as a crutch. I can see that when menopause comes around or menopausal, that, somebody's hormones, especially in a female, our hormones go raging, or they can. It depends, really. Depends if you take anything for it. Depends what you do at the end of the day. By what her sister had said, by the vulnerabilities, it is possible. It's possible that she was unhappy, like in the relationship, perhaps. We don't know. We don't know Paul. We don't know Nicola. We don't know their lives that way. But we do know that what happens behind somebody's house at home can be totally two different things. We've seen enough stories where, this person comes off like they're the shining, kind of guy. And yet he is a person that is maybe a druggie, a drinker, and this happens whether it's doctors, lawyers, all those different things. So what goes on from what you see, like when people post on Facebook and they make their lives look great, kind of like the Chris Watts case, right? And what was her name? Shannon. Try to make your life look good. Most people do that. Most people don't like, there's some people out there that post on Facebook and they just go on about their whining life, like everything is like a dark cloud. Poor them, poor victim, poor this, poor that. But most people portray that their life is good, even if it's not. They will portray that as good. Most people, because they don't want people to see that side of it. They could be as unhappy as heck. But, so we don't know where Nicola was that way. Like, was her depression because of her, relationship with Paul, and or was she just struggling with certain things in life, with self-esteem, with, I don't know. We don't know. I remember a neighbor saying the houses were close together and they would hear arguments, but there were none. Oh, sorry. Okay. I remember a neighbor saying that the houses were close together, right? Which they are, and would hear arguments, but there were none. What does that mean? What on that one, Jackie? So would hear arguments, but there were none. The corner says Nicola fell into the river, and my better off saying he don't know how she died, as there is no proof she fell in. He better be off saying he didn't know how, right? Yeah. I'll agree with I think what somebody said in a comment on the video that I did. Not everyone is, got the best language art skills, yeah, you can tell this person, not like, just because someone doesn't write well, it doesn't mean, that they're not smart or they're not bright or whatever. It just may be like myself, like my twin sister, like she always gives me shit because I don't use commas and usually quotation marks too often, and proper, I never use the proper, apostrophes in that where I should or whatever. And where she does. For me, I could have cared less about that stuff. And especially when you're writing on a computer, you take shortcuts. In a saying, when you're typing something, especially if it's like this long, you definitely get shortcuts, and probably doesn't overlook his work because you can see that there's things that I had to correct because as I came across them, I was like, okay, that sentence doesn't quite sound right. But it still sounds like a lot of someone. Why did they wait this long, eh? Why? Just before the inquest, this comes out. Nicola could be in a witness protection, and LP made up a story to cover her missing, which they didn't expect. I mean, that would be kind of like, going off like out there for sure, if that was the case. Not to say stuff like that doesn't happen in life, okay? Just like when people disappear and they make it seem like that they had died and they can't be found. So after a while, they're deemed as like dead. But yet they're really alive off somewhere on some fucking island somewhere. Why? Okay, hon. But surely the dog would not be left. And surely, I know that's the hard part. Right? That's the hard part. It's hard to believe that a dog was left, a phone was there, that there's okay, I'll look at that email in just a bit. That the dog didn't go in the water, that Nicola Bulley's body wasn't found there, that Peter Falding had cleared the area from the bench to the weir. He did search past that, but he cleared the part that he was asked, was the bench to the weir that he had covered, because really there should have been absolutely no reason why she would have made it to the weir. Granted, the river levels were higher, but it's hard to imagine that if someone was going to self-harm, that they would leave their dog that they love. Nicola Bulley would have loved that dog, Willow. And then, but if she just had an accident and the dog is dry, so it's really hard to picture that there was no evidence that she was there, and how someone would just leave their animal. If you're planning on taking your own life, let's just say, why would you take your dog that morning unless you, of course, had a certain routine? But I would think that someone would tie up their dog if that was the case, that they wouldn't just leave their dog. Like it seems odd, but then they bring out the vulnerabilities. So that is telling them she's deemed as a high mispa because of those reasons. and yet you can't picture her falling in that area. And it took them, and they didn't find her. And then the 19th, some psychic finds her. It just all seems very absurd, doesn't it? No matter how you look at it, it just sounds absurd. Yeah, she lived in Inskip. Yeah. I previously mentioned coke in the area. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You're talking about stuff you snort? I find it weird he speaks about everything. Yeah, and same too, for me. I find it's like someone went through the list of everything that people wanted to hear. And there was somebody, I can't remember if it was Derek or somebody else, but, somebody made a comment too about, how the post basically is fitting the narrative of kind of what's out there on how people are thinking about Paul and Nicola and this and that. And it's almost like someone's just, here you go, guys. You know what? Just before the inquest, here's all this information. You don't think that seems a little bit off and odd that this post comes out a couple days prior to the inquest and that this person is pushing the exact narrative that's pretty much out there for what a lot of people believe, and then everyone that believes that a third party involvement happened or that Paul's this horrible person, that this isn't feeding right into everything. And then they're talking about how Nicola would help this homeless person, and they're talking about the two fishermen, and they're talking about the red vehicle, and it's like they're just filling in all the information. It doesn't seem a little bit odd? Somewhat? Correct. Yeah, I know you guys like myself are just waiting to hear about this inquest, and if we're going to be like, oh, okay, like they're being truthful, or if it's just going to be undetermined misadventure and go right into that grouping of, like, you know what I mean? Like the divers were sent back to the area for a reason, right? I mean, that's a given. The coroner obviously needed to know something, and obviously if they're trying to loop, hurdle themselves over the weir there, and test out stuff or whatever, it's because obviously the coroner wants to know or trying to determine, the cause of death exactly, and how she would have gotten over the, whatever the coroner part is. I can't say I'm not a coroner, but the coroner obviously needs whatever information to determine, okay, so if she fell in where they did, right, you would assume that she would have had to have hit a rock, unless she had some sort of dizzy spell, but and some sort of like some sort of medical condition. But why is there no slip marks? You don't just hurtle yourself over into the water. You're gonna, even if you're whatever, you're gonna, like, this is on a slope. You're gonna slide down or use your fingers or something to at least show that you were trying to, get yourself up. Yeah. For anyone that didn't, there was a statement by Peter Falding, the CGI group, basically. Now, you notice at the end of that, guys, that he said like this, like it said, like that will be the last thing we say on this matter. I thought, if that's, I don't know, because I thought he wanted to speak about it after the inquest was over. Sure, right. Sure. Like, it's just all, isn't it, Derek? You guys, it's just all so strange. All of it, right? So they asked for the time between 9:10 to 9:20. I find that so strange. Why not the time between 9:10, when she was last supposedly seen, to 9:30? Why not 9:30? Where did that timeline go? Like, there has to be something there. Why would they specifically say 9:10 to 9:20? So the phone is placed on the bench, say at 9:20, or it's in the bench area. But why did they never say from 9:10 to 9:30? Because if Nicola fell in, maybe it was 9:25, So within a short period of time, right, Willow would be barking. If Nicola fell in that water right there, you would definitely hear a dog barking, barring the fact that the dog didn't even jump in, but you would hear someone scream, like perhaps, but maybe not if there's nobody around, perhaps. But a dog's barking would definitely echo, throughout. Like a dog's bark isn't very soft. And if your owner fell in the water and the dog didn't go in, let's just say he didn't, there would be barking. That dog would be at the water, wanting to get someone's attention or whatever, barking, right? Because that's how a dog would typically work. So they're barking because they see that their owner is in trouble and they would just start yapping. It just all seems very strange. Are we as public able to know the details, etc., how they reach the verdict, or just be told the outcome? I'm not sure on that, Louise. I don't know. Maybe somebody from the UK can give a better answer than that. I'm just going to go back. I'm just going to go play a little bit of this more again. To be the day that Nicola went missing. The old guy from Penny Fletcher's caravan park who had his caravan broken into, it was Penny Fletcher's grandson. He was checking for video cameras and he has a very violent temper. The people from St. Michael's were scared that Curtis Media was going to find everything out, and that's why they wanted him gone, so now he can't. He said that the coroner is normally a decent guy and hopes he puts the police hypothesis to bed by not ruling it as accidental or misadventure. Quentin Fletcher lied about the cameras working. Nicola was followed by a man and a woman wearing hats and hoods and thinks Nicola was locked in an attic as a woman was heard shouting. It sounded like it was from Marsh Hall Farms. Oh, come on. Okay, this is where, to me, the story gets a bit ridiculous here. Really? An attic, hear voices. Again, I'm sorry, but this post really seems like it's just playing into everything that you guys want to hear. You guys don't feel that a little bit? This post coming out just prior to the inquest, and it's feeding into the whole narrative that's been kind of talked about for the third party involvement. You got screams coming from an attic, and and what about the cameras? So he broke into the old guy's place. Cameras? It's getting a little bit too out there for me. Some of this stuff myself. Right. That's Jack. That's how I feel. It's moving to the land of make believe that somebody there's no credibility to this post unless the person that created this post was vetted to show that they were a person that had the information and could show it. Other than that, it just becomes really a grain of salt, a fable tale, perhaps somebody just pushing their narrative. That's my true impression a little bit, is that I really get the feeling from this guys that this is really someone that wanted to push their own narrative on what they think about the Nicola Bulley case. Why this information didn't come out a lot sooner than this sounds. My husband's having a conniption to gaming. If you guys can hear him. I can barely hear myself talking. He's in the living room. But anyways, it's ridiculous saying what. Right. After talking about this to the people that are in chat right now, I know it's getting late for you guys in the United Kingdom. Do you guys maybe more feel like perhaps after discussing it that there's someone that's pushing a narrative for what you guys want to hear, and that it's an attention seeker that's putting out this post because they're literally putting out what their thoughts are about everything? I mean, it's covering everything pretty much, right? It's giving you the screams from the attic. It's giving you the Paul and Nicola's story, and that she's not the drinker and he is, and he was abusing her, and and all that stuff. Derek, yeah, Streamlabs got you. Hey, Charmaine, yeah. All it really becomes, right, Barbara? Again, you take the information however you want to deem it, okay? But I would never, ever classify any of this information as factual. It sounds like a lot of fiction with perhaps some truth in it, in some places. But it just really feels like someone went through an entire story about what they thought. And the thing is, you guys, when you want to believe in something and you think it's a third party involvement, something like this post is you're going to gravitate to it because it's exactly what you want to hear. No, Derek, it was just how you did something. There was something in your grammatical that when you were doing the post, Streamlabs deleted it or deemed it as you creating. And I want to go back to the Jackie. Jackie, thank you very much for that super chat. Sorry that it went off during the thing, but just to remind to say thank you for that, Jackie. Then I'd thought most dangerous. There's just a lot going on there. That Nicola met with her boss, and her parents came over. That Paul is punching her, and Nicola's scratching him, and that there's screams coming out of the attic. They start getting into the fisherman, the red vehicle. Again, it truly is. It's like it really is. I'm sorry, guys. We don't know what Nicola's relationship was like, but we know definitely there was some mental health issues going on with Nicola. It's really about the truth of what happened to Nicola. Regardless, like the inquest is something that we are all looking forward to hearing. Does it seem odd? Does it seem odd that she wasn't found at any point by technology, by everything? So either you had the perfect storm, or you had something else happen. I find it hard to believe. There's either way has its, either way has these elements to it that are possible. The most usually unlikely to me would be the third party one, just for the fact of, it just seems like it was like, so somebody went and threw her back into the river and did it. Is it possible? Yeah. Have people done stuff like that? Absolutely. But yet when you look at the just fell in the water, that one doesn't make sense at all, because that means that she forgoed everything that was that went against laws of gravity, that she should have just sunk to the bottom there. But sonar missed her, everybody missed her. Like, do you know what I mean? So then you got the vulnerability side, but yet you're going, well, what? Willow's here. Why would the dog not jump in then if there was an accident? And why would an owner leave their dog off their leash if they're going to go take their own life? Sorry, the word Curtis, maybe. Sorry, I'm not about the post. Yeah, I said... So sorry, Curtis, or sorry, Derek, the word Curtis, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. Helen, Stephanie, I am of that opinion now too, Sonny. I just, what? Again, we're not here to try to play in the land of make-believe, right? These are people's lives we're talking about, right? And it's about putting out facts. And if you're going to put out information like this, and this is why I put this out there, again, fact or fiction. Because again, this thing to me smells of, it reeks to me. A couple days before the inquest, it's telling everyone what they want to hear, that the conspiracy theorists that think that it was third-party involvement, regardless if it was or wasn't, they're feeding into every temptation for you in this posting. Everything. They're giving you every narrative about, the broken relationship, like I said, the screaming addict stuff, the Paul's violent temper and stuff like that. And so if there was such a violent temper by Paul, though, right? Okay. Does anyone have the proof that shows that he was arrested, or anyone had the cops because of that? Was there an argument that day on the 10th when they said that nobody was arrested? Perhaps, right? Was Nicola planning on leaving him? Perhaps, have people taken their wives out or girlfriends out or partners out before because they can't ever picture him. Look what happened in was it Idaho? The dad that took out his 3 children, right? So these people do exist. It's not like they don't. But with Nicola's case, it's not like they haven't shown anything to go, is it self-harm? Is it accidental? Is it third party? Besides guessing, because there's just nothing. Oh, there's my friend again. Oh, hey, Curly, get a life, dude. Ban user. I gotta see, that person makes an account. Hence why I usually have the time limit 20 minutes, or sometimes I make it longer, because honestly, the true followers of this will subscribe to be able to get into chat for those people that want to chat. And so it helps keep the trolls out, because they have to create another account, or perhaps they have 2 accounts that come in here. Anyways, those people really need to get lives. This was all truth. They would have gone straight to the police. Well, again, are we going to buy the narrative that Penny, this feisty person, you can tell Penny's feisty. And the reason you can tell that was when Curtis Media was on her land and she's like, get yourself, okay, get gone. You think, honestly, Penny's going to put her head down and pout and be like, yeah, you're right. I guess if I know all this information, I should go turn it in. I guess I just didn't want to get involved. Penny's not that type of person. Penny probably, doesn't want the drama to go along with, the case and stuff like that. But do you honestly think Penny's like, that she's literally going to be like, I'm going to hold my head low. Like, it's almost like here's the play. Okay, let's throw in a tearjerker. Let's throw in a little bit of, that Penny, bent her head down. Her lip was pouty. You're right. Just, come on, right? Well, the thing is, right? That's just it. It still could be all 3, David. But again, the inquest, we'll see what the inquest brings, because there's something for each of the scenarios, right? So without getting absurd into a posting of screams and attic and stuff like that, there's cases out there where the husbands literally take out their wives because if you're leaving me, nobody else is having you. Okay, that's a possibility regardless, because we've seen those, right? Now, has there been any sort of homicide investigation in regards to Nicola Bulley's case? No. Nothing that we've seen as of yet. Okay. Self-harm, there's things to allude towards that, but do we know that? Nope. Accidental, we had no proof whatsoever. Is it a possibility? Yes, it is. So because I just, I go through the information myself, and I can tell, like, Ellie does the same thing, and other people out there like Anna and stuff like that as well, and Maria, Jackie. But you're just searching for the truth amongst the crap, and you're just trying to pull out the truth, because what you want to know is what happened to Nicola Bulley, and that's why it's like I said, you can go from channel to channel, whatever they're selling along the way and stuff like that. But for me, I just like to look at what's the facts that we could make out of something, right? And after going through the timeline myself, I determined that no matter what part you started in that timeline, the most thing that was plausible of being true was that Nicola Bulley took her kids to school. That seemed like the most the most, and even then, that's still like there's nothing that we've ever seen to prove that besides her getting into the vehicle and stuff like that. So it seems more likely than not, but still, there's still like nothing for us to see that has actually shown anything about Nicola Bulley. No evidence. They literally clearly said they had no slip marks, nothing to show us. But here, we believe that she did not leave the area because by the cameras, we can tell that no one entered or exited here. So the only spot that we're missing is that area along the towpath where if she would have went right near the Grapes pub, she would have been on camera. If she would have went, I guess straight or left, she wouldn't have been on camera, but then you would have people driving by that would have seen her and blah, 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 blah. So you're just trying to find the truth amongst the crap. Mm-hmm. I'd have to go back and look at that. I think, so you think Penny's upset? She would be calling, I think Penny is the opposite of that she would be calling the vet, her friends, to get hold of the dog's owner. She likes her property and fences in order. She don't help you do crimes. She don't help you do crimes around her house, I don't see anything like, I don't have this big thing about the Fletchers besides they definitely have a bunch of attitude when they want to, for sure. I don't know. It's not a path that I went down. I mean, I went down it a bit, but not really. It was just more looking at the information. But something happened to Nicola. Something. One of those three things happened to Nicola. And because the inquest is here in a couple of days, the best we can do is just wait and hold out and see what it is. Anyway, let me just play this off a little bit more. The workman who heard the shouting also heard banging noises as if someone was banging on something or kicking something, but they say they can't remember which day. Red van is said to belong to a family member of the Fletchers. This may explain why Rupert Fletcher was not seen or heard from. The fisherman is said to have heard. The other is said to be Quentin Fletcher. Some say Fisherman Sam is dodgy and he makes a lot of things up, but he also could know something. He was told that Sally Riley was removed from the case because she didn't agree with some of the things and... Okay. Again, that's a whole bowl full of lard right there. Let's see. So she was told to say, wait, is that going on to the next one? No, yeah, that is. Hold on. That's going back on to the next one, right? Okay. So this workman who heard shouting also heard banging noises, as if someone was banging on something or kicking something, but they say that they don't remember which day. Really? You don't remember which day? You don't think that you would have turned that information over to the police? And I mean, that would be something to remember which day. Then it goes into the red van. The red van is said to belong to a family member of the Fletchers. This is just, I'm sorry. The fisherman is said to have a beard. The other is said to be Quentin Fletcher. This whole paragraph, myself right here, I just deem it as a bunch of horse shit. Someone said Fisherman Sam is dodgy. So, right, and it could, you know what, Stephanie, again, at the end of the day, we've been waiting a long time. How much attention this post has got? Probably, Derek, to be honest with you. Probably. Someone pushing this narrative right before the whole inquest thing and telling everyone what they want to hear. This was to stir a pot. This post here was to stir a pot. And it was for people to me, like I said, that believe in the third party, but more so believe in the third party. It's more about the fact of the whole Fletcher line, the whole, it's just everything. It meets the needs of pretty much everyone that believes that Paul's this bad person, that, he had the drinking issues, that he was beaten, up Nicola, that we got the fisherman in there, the red van in here, we got the banging, the screaming, we got everything that makes for a novel. But for the people that believe in the third party, regardless, there's something very strange about Nicola Bulley's case. And we got a few more days to wait before we hear something, and that's just the bottom line of it. I don't like to sugarcoat things, I'm not going to sugarcoat things just for subscribers, and I'm not going to sugarcoat things, to push my own narrative. This is a think for yourself and have your own opinions about what you feel about this. This is how I feel about this post. When I read it, it just initially, I thought that there could be some possible things in there that possibly were true. Perhaps she was wanting, her relationship with Paul wasn't happy, but we don't have no proof of that unless, there's no friends that I've seen that have said anything about Paul was this bad, evil person and that, but we all don't know what happens behind closed doors either, right? Again, everyone thought that my ex-husband, Steve, was like this great guy. Yet he was that person that purposely started conflict. And then he would stand back and watch it. And then people would always deem it like that I was the person, like that. It was crazy to me. How, because people like that don't get past me, it's just kind of like, it's very rare that a personality can fake me out, type of thing. But again, this story is meeting every criteria that everyone wanted to hear for the people that believe in the third party, but it's not to say that this is what you believe for the third party. Could have been something totally different. It could be the Fletchers you think is the third party, could be somebody else, I don't know. It is strange that she wasn't found by anything. That part is strange, obviously. Like, why? Did you write it? I wonder. Yeah, me? I wouldn't ever stoop low to write something fake. And I don't want to say that this person wasn't talking to somebody. I personally don't care. I'm just looking at the content of it. And the content seems to be pretty far-fetched, especially this area. Well, there's more areas, but especially this area. Because this one, it's almost like they go through the story, and now they're just listing off. Here's the red van, here's the fisherman, the noises, there was kicking, but they can't remember which day. There was a homeless person that she paid, is that to show? I don't know. Anyway, oops, let me just finish it up. He makes a lot of things up, but he also could know something. He was told that Sally Riley was removed from the case because she didn't agree with some of the things, and she was told what to say, and that Becky Smith was called in to try to find out if there was anything sinister hadn't happened, but couldn't find any evidence, so they say. She went with the hypothesis of the police that Nicola fell into the river. And just to say that the guy who told all of this said Nicola's funeral was real, as his wife went. And all who wondered what had happened to Ed W., he arrived in Preston last month to spend some time with Emma White and the children. He also... I'm sorry, you guys, but who's Ed W.? Who's Ed W.? That's what I don't recall who Ed W. is. So, I mean, this is where I can believe that, yeah, okay, possibly this person his wife went to the funeral. So, and just to say the guy who told all this said Nicola's funeral was real as his wife went. Well, why didn't he go? If he was so close to Nicola, or if he knew Nicola well, why didn't he go too? But okay, so that's plausible, okay. This guy still comes across like somebody feeding a narrative to what they believe. Oh, is that what is Ed W? Oh, is that an ex-husband, or because her last? Oh no, I'm thinking. Sorry. Okay, for some reason I was having Cunningham, which is Louise's last name, come into my head. Okay, so and all who wondered what happened to Ed W. He arrived in Preston last month to spend time with Emma White and the children. Okay, I actually don't know what he does. I'm stalked at 35% of the chat still thinks that this is true. I'm thinking a little bit higher, Derek, myself, but I'm hoping that people, again, just take it with a grain of salt, wait till the inquest comes out, but do caution their thoughts on why someone would bring this post out a couple days before and push a narrative that has every single thing in the storyline. I would definitely question that. But each to their own on how they want to deem this post, totally up to each individual. Again, if we all thought the same, what a boring world this would be. Said that Jason Dean Rothwell may be linked to the Fletchers and that Paul is linked to Flinchley Road. Got to find out if that is true. If so, we'll try to get some info on them. Okay, so, and there we go again. There's another narrative right there that's been pushed about Rothwell. So, again, this reminds me of the rumor going around of Rothwell being related. I think, was it to the Fletchers? You also said Jason maybe linked. Okay, maybe linked to the Fletchers. Right. So, if there's one thing I can tell you, definitely, is that it's kind of like anywhere. You guys over there in England, you guys have a lot of familiar names. Rothwell, Fletchers, whatever, right? All I have to do is do an ancestry search, right? And so there is a Rothwell that was, trying to remember, was it on Rupert's? No. Was it on David Fletcher? So I did see the Rothwell name and I looked into it. Nothing to show that they were tied in. Could be at some point, like usually. So let me put it this way. In the ancestry chain, my mom's maiden name, for instance, is Blanchard. Okay. And so when you, as I was doing my Blanchard last name of my mom's maiden name, I would start seeing all these names in USA and stuff like that. And I would see them and I'd be like, Now, as I was doing it, basically there was 2 lines of Blanchard that went up back into England, because a lot of my dad's side is from the England side, but a lot of people's comes from over there, right? Up into the England, over to France, those type of areas, stuff like that. And at some point, they will connect somewhere, whether it's way out there, So, for instance, if I see a Black person that has the last name Blanchard, in my head, I'm going, okay, so, is this person at some point in the thing? But what I could find was 2 lines of Blanchard going up the thing. It was kind of like this Blanchard and this Blanchard. And then the name Blanchard was actually derived from Blanc, which meant white. And then and I could take it back as far as, I believe it was 1460, So just because there's a Rothwell name on, I can't remember whose Facebook it was on, but I did see it. I know it was a Fletcher. But it was like, when you're looking at it and there's no connection. Okay, if you guys pull up something right now, if you guys pulled up Matthew Ansell, and what was his brother's name? Andrew Ansell. Okay, you will see you have a father that was charged with the homicides of a child. Okay, now I saw it. Sunny Austin. It was real. Yeah. Oh, my own name. Focus. Yeah. Now, when I tried to connect it to see if this was a relative or whatever, possibly, but I couldn't find the connection. It's not exactly easy anymore. It used to be a lot easier with the information. Normally, before it was a lot easier. Ancestry is a lot better than Find My Past when it comes to finding the names that are attached to it, but it still is hard. Before it used to be, seemed to be, if I remember, more simpler, that the connections were instantly, like they're a lot easier. I don't know if because of personal information changing over time, or if they got more greedier with like now you have to purchase newspaper.com if you want to see the article and purchase the census 2000 or 1912 or whatever it is and stuff like that. Where was actually Nicola found? Wow. I mean, she was found right around the corner of the river wire, a mile out. Is that what you mean? Won't be long now. Exactly. Right? We only got a few more days before this can be a whole new conversation of what is said, But again, this information here, again, question somebody's perhaps motives for doing this. Are they just trying to just look for attention and make this post? Is it just a made up fabrication? Is there truth to it? There's nothing to back it up. So it's just another article to me, to be honest with you. And possibly there's things in there that could be true, but they could have been true whether this article was put out there or not. I think before this article came out, some people already wondered if Nicola's relationship was on the rocks, so it's not like this was, some revelation. A lot of people think that perhaps, this person was third party to it, or that, some of this stuff is strange. It gets a little bit far-fetched once we hear about the screaming and the guy doesn't remember what day it was on, the banging noises and that. Really? Yeah. Anyway, let's just, again, sorry guys. I know that this is like 10, no, hold on. This is like 11:25 for some people. So for people who drop off during it, I mean, that's fine, right? I just wanted to kind of cover it properly. Okay, you guys. So I've read this twice now, and I do have real as his wife went. Okay, and all who wondered what had happened to Ed W. He arrived in Preston last month to spend some time with Emma White and the children. He also said that Jason Dean Rothwell may be linked to the Fletchers and that Paul is linked to Flinchley Road. Got to find out if that is true. If so, we'll try to get some info on them. Okay, so that was really, sorry, let me come back. There we go. We'll just look at beautiful Nicola as we're doing this. So just to ask anyone that's in chat right now, did anyone at all, has their mind been changed a little bit on this post to what you originally maybe thought to how you see it? If you've listened to it again a couple times, or, did anyone change their minds on going from that they believed it more so, but not so much now? Just hit a 1 if you do, if you kind of changed your thoughts a little bit, or 2 if you kind of kept the same stance on this post. Was she found in the river, really? Well, I'm going to believe that to be true. Would be quite the hoax, if it weren't. It fits the narrative of some people's opinions about Paul being the bad guy, Emma White being the, what some people deem as the mistress or the there's something about Emma. It fits everyone's story that thinks about third-party involvement on the whole Fletcher line and stuff like that. 7:30? Is it 7:30? Yeah, you're Eastern. I'm it's 3:30 here, I think. Well, yeah. Like I said, I wasn't about to take this down. It was out there for people to see, At the end of the day, it just becomes about using your own discretion, and don't believe everything you see, of course. And we know that with Nicola's case, there was nothing to see because they gave us nothing. They literally gave us nothing. Like nothing. Doesn't matter what part of the timeline you look at. They literally gave nothing. As for Peter Falding, again, if anyone didn't, that's at the start of the video, towards the start. If anyone didn't see what Peter Falding kind of had said from the SGI company, you guys can go back and look at that. And again, as for Curtis Media, again, I honestly believe that, I just believe, again, like I said, right? Either you can like Curtis or not like Curtis. I definitely appreciate the video footage that he has given us, amongst other people. He's kind of like a go-in type of thing. Like I said, it takes all type of people to make this world go around. So I appreciate the feistiness in people that, like I said, I mean, I wish I was boots on the ground. I would probably do it in a different way, but I would definitely, if I was, say, doing Nicola's case and I lived in St. Michael's or around there. Oh, cats knocked something off. Cats, honey. I would definitely, be making my way down there if I'm caring about the case, and you don't have nothing to go on, in a sense, and that's why when I didn't get into the Nicola Bulley case right away. I did, but I didn't, meaning I was watching it, but then I thought that within a couple of days, like, it would simply be, this poor mother lost her life. They found her. That's not what happened. And that's when I was like, okay, something's weird about this case. There's something strange about somebody saying that there's no evidence to show us, but yet they keep pushing this thing. And like I said, I mean, it was January 27th, the 19th of February is when she was found. It's a long time for nobody to find Nicola Bulley in the water, don't you think? Hence why third-party involvement was more so coming to my mind. And it's not to rule it out, but I would think that there would have been a homicide case, if they felt that they would have wanted Peter Falding's evidence. So I don't know that they're going to go that route. So we'll see what the actual story is once it comes out. If we don't get names of the people from the inquest, I may bite the bullet and contact someone and ask them to tell me what relation Ron is to Penny. Yeah, that one's been a progress, or that one's been a headache, hasn't it? I'm not sure how your guys' inquests exactly work. Ellie, do you know the answer to this, or somebody? So when they do an inquest over there, I mean, I gave you guys like a link to go watch an inquest happening because of obviously the C word that happened back in 2020, to give you a gist of how an inquest goes through. But do they just, will we just get to know the outcome of it? Things seem so much more unreadily available when it comes to paperwork and information. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ellie. Was it video, the police doing this? Yeah. Well, I mean, typically you're just seeing pictures of it, but like you're just gonna get the picture. I think. I don't know that actually somebody put out the actual. They would have been filming it for sure. You know, I'm curious about something. Well, maybe this is the answer. Maybe I'm answering my own question. So Jason Rothwell said that Nicola Bulley's body was already floating about a quarter of a mile before it landed underneath that brush or whatever you want to call it. Statements are read out, Jackie. Is anyone here going to the inquest that's in this chat right now, by the way? So if he was walking, I'm sure he would have been walking on the side of the road, and perhaps he would have seen her, say, floating. So even though because in your head at first, you're before he said anything, you're kind of wondering, well, dude, so unless you're on that odd side of the, path, like normally most people would be walking on this side. So how would you even see her? But if her body was floating around for a quarter of a mile before it landed, it's so sad thinking about it, that they must have perhaps seen her, floating, and then it ended up because obviously this big tree. There's so many questions, isn't there? Why didn't she get snagged? How did she make it over the weir? How did she not get caught up in the rocks? How, why? So many things, so many questions with Nicola Bulley's case. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so did anyone ask if they're going? Yeah, there was a wall. Well, I mean, they were sitting. It was so strange because I kept trying to find that wall. Whenever I brought the Google Maps down, I was like, oh, where's this wall? Because they kept, like, I found it hard between trying to go to the Google Maps and then going, like, this is strange. Like, why aren't I seeing this wall? Because they're sitting on a wall. I mean, let me just take a look here. I know I have that picture. Okay, here, let me, we're going to get going here in a minute, guys. But, hello. Share screen. We'll bring up this for a second. This is the, Peter Falding. And again, thanks to Julie for sending that. There was 4 documentaries, which were brilliantly done by the coroner, who I think is dealing with Nicola's inquest. Really a worth watch. The Cause of Death, Channel 5, I think. Oh, my husband, such a gamer. He has no clue of the tone of his voice when they're gaming. He didn't say she was floating at first. I reckon he only changed his story because people were questioning where the body could be seen from while. Again, there's nothing really factual about anything, it seems like. Let me just quickly bring in those pictures. There's that one. Where's the one I have? I know I have it. Those poor people in the Titan. No, I should have it up here. I should have it within these pictures here. It was a picture where he's, with Jason Rothwell. I mean, I guess I could easily grab that again, but. Okay, so, I mean, there's the wall, regardless. So this is the rope, right? Now, I can't remember. There's a newspaper. There's a newspaper that shows a lot more than just this. There's a newspaper. I can't remember which newspaper it is. It's one of your, I think, UK ones over there, that they show further than this rope. Basically, they're showing like where the scuba diver is, where the body is. There's another reporter. It's not just Curtis Media on this side. It's another reporter. I believe Curtis Media when he says that, he didn't have all this gear that he had to pack up. He just had to run over with his camera. But yeah, the wall is right there. So I mean, I'm not going to bring up the whole Google Earth right now, just because it's been a long live already. Was it the Daily Mirror? Perhaps, Ellie. I just remember going, they were obviously on that side too, because they got a picture, right? Jason drove 50 miles to a river and walked and happened to find. Well, that's the thing, right? So you would have to go by what he said, was that, in the Pisces, 2 of his fish died. Now, Pisces is in February. Or like the 19th is Pisces. Yeah. 19th is Pisces. Yeah, right? February 19th is 19. No, hold on. Yeah. Pisces or Aquarius. Sorry. So February 19th, Pisces is this 12 logical sign of zodiac spanning from, so she was literally, yeah, my older sister is a Pisces. My mom was a Pisces. And so, yeah, the 19th is Pisces, which is the water sign of fish. So apparently 2 of his fish died. And so according to him, he wanted to try to use his abilities for this particular case, because he felt that there was a lot of, I think, stuff being put out there, like speculations and stuff like that. So something about the 2 fish dying, and it's Pisces, and that's what prompted him and his girlfriend or friend to go down there and search. Moscow, more new ducks. Sonny, look at the wall to the van. Yeah, you're talking about height. But if okay, here, hold on. If I stop screen here and I go to share screen and go, hold on. Is my thing open? I think it is. Sorry guys, just on a different screen. If I go to here, which is Google. By the way, I was having real fun playing with this thing the other day. That's all I was doing. I was waiting for my husband, playing with it. Okay, so let's hide. Where's my list? Okay. St. Michael's. Wait, we don't want to go to Germany. No, we don't want to go there. St. Michael's on wire. Okay, so Nicola Bulley was, hold on, can you guys see this good enough? Let me make it bigger. Got to get Sunny to know about that app. Funny, I'm just looking at messages. Jason is utterly confused about his astronomical and astrological information. And don't forget, you guys, for anyone that's watching this video, the 23rd on the bench is because the lady, the name that's on the bench, her birthday was September 23rd of 1918 to 1998. Just a reminder of that for people that don't know that you can put that stuff on there. And it might have been, I'm sure it was referenced because of the date of her birth. Hence you can put those things on there. But just to try to keep things in a little bit of perspective there about the truth to the number 23 that's on the bench. Again, I went to Ancestry, dug for the information, found the lady, the name, I found it, came across the birthday, and absolutely made perfect sense to 1918 to 1998, and the 23 referencing the birthday. Okay, where am I here? I'm on Google Earth. Okay, so is it, hold on. Is it, I'm trying to think if it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's this one right here. Is it this one, you guys, or this one? Oh, now I'm confused. I think it's this one. I think it's down here. I think it's this one here. Oh, what the heck? That's something weird. Which one is it, guys? Is it the first one or the second? I think it's the second one. Because I remember going, yeah, I was spot on. Anyways, what was Ellie? Was it the first? Was it okay? Ellie, I'm gonna point. So this will be number 1, Ellie, and this will be 2. So say 1 or 2, because I'm pretty sure. Well, it could be this one actually. Darn it! I'm just gonna come back to see what you're saying, Ellie. First near the lay-by. Isn't that so weird? I'd never heard that term lay-by until you. Oh, okay. The first near the lay-by. Thanks, Lizzie B. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, yeah, right near the lay-by. Okay. Well, the other one has a lay-by too, doesn't it? Oops, wrong place. Like there's one here and there's one there. Huh. It's like there's one in the front of both places. I'm thinking it's this one though. This one looks, well, it's a darn big bush, but it looks like this one looks huge, but let me just see. Come back to chat. 1. Okay. The number 1. Okay. So then I was right the first time, because that's where I said it was. When we hadn't been told yet. But I was looking where it could have possibly been, and I measured out like the mile. I think it's because I have my little check marks all turned off because I was doing something else. So I turned off all of these things. Oh no, it was to this one. It was to this one because I thought it was to that one. Either way, let me take those back off. Because I thought it was there, but then I was like, oh, it's there. Like, whoops.
Australian dollars and 99 cents. Thank you.
So I totally forgot that was about to go off. Thank you, Lizzie. Okay, regardless, you guys. point being here is that if he's on this side, see, like, even if I take my little dude down, right? This one always threw me off because, hold on, let's bring the little dude down here again. So if I come right here, okay, so there's the wall. Sometimes it takes me into a whole different place. So this is a better picture. Okay, yeah, this is the one here. It has to be, because I just remember that the trees were more over here. So that had to be the one, just right around the bend. And it's too bad. So, I mean, if they're walking here, right, and he said, now let's go back out. I mean, you're not going to see shit. You're going to have to see it. So if you're walking, but he said, so he would have literally have had to have been over here, right? Like this area here, the quarter of a mile before where she laid to rest. And I wish we could literally see what that area looked like how well you would see someone. But I mean, if you're floating out in the middle and they're over here walking, because this looks like a path here, you can see where people have treaded, you know. But it would have had to have been, I mean, we've saw Curtis Arnold walk this way, you know. Like we've saw Curtis walk this way a few times. So bottom line is, he would, if it was a quarter of a mile, which is about this area here, he would have had to have been in this spot here, and perhaps, you know, her floating. And I believe that he did use the word floating, but it doesn't matter if he said that or not. Regardless, you know, it would have had to have been seen somewhere, you know, where you can literally be able to look, and that it's, you know, if the body's on this side and they're on this side, obviously it's going to stand out. Either way, I mean, when it comes to that side of it, all I know is they didn't find her. The Lancashire police didn't find her. Peter Falding didn't find her. Was she missed? Was she just totally missed? And everyone's systems and technology failed them, and searchers all on ground for 3 weeks. It's just, it seems hard to, you know, soak that in and go, yeah, that sounds logical. Nothing found Nicola from that side, and some medium comes along and finds Nicola. It does seem quite absurd, doesn't it? You know, two fish die or something, and that's what guides them to go look. And it very well could be true. Yeah. Well, I mean, Peter Falding, like, I mean, you can tell in that letter, right? It's like, we've not been asked for anything. I think it almost come across like that he would have expected to be, that they would have wanted the information, because the way it's worded, like they didn't want our sonar, you know, to show that Nicola wasn't there, you know, or that she wasn't at the bottom. So if they don't request that information, yeah, you know, then to me, it's they probably already determined that it's probably, I don't know, probably going to be the misadventure. I don't know. We'll see. We got a couple days to wait, guys. You know, 2 days, 3 days, and then we should have answers. But again, is anyone in here going to the inquest? You'd probably have to be pretty, you know, it's probably very limited, and they're probably going to take family and friends and all that way before. But if you, maybe if you like stand out there, listen to the reporters talk, and if you live there, Sailorman, and then you're listening to what the reporters are saying, you know, because you know, I mean, obviously that's going to come out. What about Jason quoting the 3 unique location words from an app? The only location in the world identified by those 3 words. Carolyn, actually, I don't know what you're referring to that, to be honest with you. Yeah. Night, Diane. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go just a couple minutes here and then we'll head off. You guys, I know it's very late in the UK time. I need to go get some groceries today, or my husband's probably going to push it off till tomorrow. But appreciate you guys coming out today. I wish Sunny would check that app out. Which app are you speaking of? Are you talking about which app? Yeah. Ellie, maybe Ellie, you can send me this thing I'm kind of at a loss, guys, because I don't know of this that you speak of. I don't recall, like, meaning I've looked at his Facebook before and stuff like that, but I don't recall that part. It's not sticking in my head. It's a 3-word. It's called Just 3 Words. Thank you, Misty. Okay. Does he have it somewhere still? Like, is there like a TikTok, or does he have it on his Facebook or his TikTok? I will check it out. Absolutely. So is it called Just 3 Words, or what 3 words? Yeah. Did you see the broken fence on the towpath? Yeah, I seen the broken fence. What 3 words? Yeah. I'll check that out. And yeah, I did, because when Claire was going down, you could see the broken part of the fence there. Oh, he did? Yeah, I've never heard of this, Jackie, or anyone else that's talking about the what 3 words thing. But I get, like, I don't know. Is it more of a UK thing? Thank you, Ali. That would be appreciated. His broader video apparently this okay. So you put in 3 words? Emailed you. It's probably, I'm on my big computer. Give me 1 second. Let me just go take a look at that email. Okay, so yeah, I have to. It's for my iPad, or I don't use my phone for that stuff, but my iPad I'll have to on there. So divided the words into 3-meter squares and given each square a unique combination. So can I ask you? So just because I'm feeling like an idiot about this right now. Did he say that there was 3 words that came up? Or did you say 3 addresses? Yeah, I get that it's worldwide. I just never heard of it before. Yeah, she was the one that was seemed to be very upset because, like I said, she said that she had requested, but it seemed like nobody she did. But so, thank you, Cassandra. I'm gonna have to use you guys a little bit to help me out. What exactly? It's because, like, did he put in 3 words? Did he put in the coordinate, like some, like, before I go tackle it? Jason gave, okay, so Jason gave 3 words, which gives the exact location. Oh, really? How did I miss this? I probably heard it, and I just forget that I did because I was too busy remembering about the 1/4 of a mile thing. Is Pandora? She's out of the UK, right? Is it Pandora's box? She's out of the UK. Okay, he put in 3 words. I think one was wildfire, and it pinpointed to the location she was found. Oh, okay. I mean, I had made a note of him. So if he did, what on earth does that suggest, people? I'd like to know what the 3 words were. And I think Pandora's box from the UK, because if I'm not mistaken, right, she has a British accent. And so probably if she is from the UK, I'm sure it was probably recommended that she didn't put that out there because of exactly what you've seen happen. Remotes was another one. I know it's so cryptic, isn't it, Louise? You press a button on your phone and it will give you 3 unique words for your exact location, which can give you the exact, which you can which you can then give to someone who will know your exact location. Put your address in the app, it gives you. Yeah, CJK, I know. Yeah, definitely a 4-hour live, this one. Hey, Tom Webster, if you're ever watching this, which you probably aren't. I don't really think about him too much for the most part. It was more about just the fact of the recovery of Nicola Bulley. And regardless if it was a teacher that found or medium and stuff like that, I was just glad that she was found. Instead of it being one of those cases where, like, I don't believe that that's not Nicola Bulley. I believe it is Nicola Bulley. I don't think that there's this whole big pretense that someone's going to have a funeral, all this stuff, and family grieve, and mother and dad grieve, and sister grieve, and it's all just one big act. It seems a little bit way out there. But I was just glad she was found, so that some of these families that don't know where their loved one is, that hurts so much more. Yeah, well, I mean, if you live in the UK and then they do stuff like they do out there, She was probably wise to take that probably down, just for the sake of it. It's honestly Tom and yeah, Tom. If she's out, and probably that's why people in the UK versus me didn't want to have perhaps nothing to do with it because, like I said, you see what they're doing to you guys over there, right? Like it's not like the UK can come over here and be like, you need to take that down. So, but I can understand if someone's from the UK and knowing that they're charging people and doing this because they're perverting the course of justice or they're saying malicious communications. Well, I mean, in saying that, I would hope, or considering this person said that they gave this stuff to the police, and they should have no problem being reported to the police. So it's one of those things. If someone's making a false narrative and literally making up fiction, okay, so it was remote places wildfires. Not sure where the wildfires comes into all this. So Ellie, he put it, so that's to his address, or he put it into, so he put in remote places wildfires, and then he got back locations, a location. Is that what happened? Why wildfires? JDR confession in a previous life. It's very odd. But anyway, so bottom line is, if someone's going to put out a post like this and say all these different things, in a sense, so be it. If it gets reported and that's how you guys work over there, that they, I would, because if someone's doing this for selfish motivations and just to bring attention to it and see how it can mess with people and play with people's minds and, and stuff like that. I mean, they can easily, track where it really came from and stuff like that. So, hey, you reap what you sow. If it's true, it's true, right? No problem. But if it's a bunch of false fiction, then take the consequences that come with posting something like that then. Misty, it's like someone putting coordinates on a map on so yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. So it was here, let me just it was remote places wildfire. Okay, let me just screenshot that. You when you get older, your brain doesn't obviously always, on there. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna head off. I appreciate you guys. I do. I truly always I like, I'm a people person, and I do appreciate people's, even though we don't get to all the things people say and stuff like that. Truly appreciate, of course, your time, for first of all coming to the channel, and as well, discussing in these cases that doesn't mean that we all follow the same cases, but in this particular case, Nicola Bulley has meant a lot. You guys would not be here in this chat right now if Nicola Bulley's case didn't mean a lot to you, just because you cared about Nicola Bulley's case and you want to know the truth and find answers. Good night, Brooke. And so I want to thank you guys for that and for the super chats. By shoot, it was there. Jackie Young was one. What was the other one? It was Lizzie B. Thank you. Okay. So thank you guys for that. Thank you guys for helping me out, Ellie, and all you guys in chat for the 3 specific words. I'm gonna go check that out. Yeah. Wildfires, eh? Remote places wildfires. So he put those words. Sorry, my Indeed's going off. So he put in remote places wildfires, and that gave him the location of where she was. Must be really good. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy your channel. Thank you, Teresa. You know what? Yeah. Again, let's just try to keep it real. Keep it, you know, like I said, conversations. Again, if everyone thought the same in this world, it would be very boring. There's so, like, when you're in true crime, you know that the most damnedest things can happen out there. And again, so the 26th, I mean, I don't know how they'll do it, if they'll like let you know the information from the 26th. And then, like, meaning if the press can let you know the information from the, anyways, bottom line is if anyone has any information, because you guys are 8 hours ahead of me, if you guys have any information, please just email the atcrimeandshame@gmail.com and be like, say, Sunny, here's some news. Send me the article link and whatever. Because I'd really like to discuss with you guys, obviously, about the inquest and see what it all has to say. I know that people are going to put it out there before, but, you know, depends which channel you like coming to. I mean, like going to the mall and listening to what people had to say. I first heard it, yeah. So if anyone does have information that comes out, please just send it to me to do with the inquest. That would be wonderful if you could. And yeah, and I'll go look at emails in just a bit here, guys. Anyways, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much. God bless. And stay you. Okay? Always stay you. Be true to yourself. And with that being said, just going to find my outro. Okay. Good night, guys. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.